Links down on the big screen. And play is what we're told by the umpire. And that Sciver just shakes those legs out a little bit and gets ready to go. She'll be bowling right arm over to the left-handed Mandhana, who's driving with an awful lot of conviction, flies down towards deep third, and India up and running, one without loss in the sunshine here at home.
Today's got a very exciting feel about it, hasn't it?
It does.
What a great day today is going to be.
Well, you say that. It might be, or it might be appalling.
Yeah, if England women lose and England lose 5-0 this evening, it's not going to be a great day.
Yeah, nothing would have come over, apart from all of us go home.
We're just going home.
Sciver then to Verma, the right-hander, mid-on, mid-off up. Verma looking to run the ball down towards deep third. Will pick up a single as Freya Davis runs in front of the dugout to pick up. And India are 2 without loss, with a run each for Mandhana and Verma.
Verma needs to be careful playing that shot. She's backing away, giving herself room to sort of nurdle the ball down to short third, and that's exactly how she got out the other evening in the first T20, trying to give herself room and backing away, and Catherine Brunt taking the top of off.
Sciver in again. Mandhana running the ball again behind square on the offside. That's good work from Tammy Beaumont, the backward point. She's made that position her own in recent times, and that's another good stop to prevent the run.
She has. It was one where Wyatt made it her own, and then Wyatt found herself out of the England squad due to so-called form and not scoring any runs, so Tammy Beaumont's taken over, and now she's there to stay.
Yeah, it looks like it. Sciver then, the end of her mark. It's a little pause, waits, and now charges in to bowl to Mandhana, again looking to run that ball behind square on the offside. Picks up a single, and caution so far from India. Then you sense, Alex, they know the value of this partnership, just the way we've seen the first 4 balls be played.
Yeah, both of them just looking to nudge and nurdle the ball, which is against how both of these players play. They're both aggressive players. Verma more so than Mandhana.
Verma, you sense, has one gear, and that gear is go. Waiting, and when she tries to defend, as per that, it doesn't look quite as convincing as when she swings hard.
She just looks to be giving herself a little bit of room and stepping outside of the leg stump. But I don't know why, she's just so good when she stays still and she looks to drive the ball. A little inside edge there, nearly onto the stumps.
Sciver then, ready to go once more. Still right arm over to bowl to Verma. Once again, running the ball into the offside behind square. And picking up a single to keep the strike. End of the over, 1 gone. India 4 without loss. A watchful start.
A very watchful start. Again, Verma running that ball down to short third. It was back of her length, and we've seen her be able to pull those into the leg side, but maybe not quite confident enough at the minute to pull that short ball into leg side, as Sophia Dunkley is out at mid-wicket, catching in a very quick fielder, covers a lot of ground. So maybe she's just a little bit cautious of that.
Catherine Brunt's going to bowl the second over of this game with, I would say in the last couple of matches, she's just taken a little bit of the dominance in this battle between Brunt and Verma. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think she has. England have reassessed their plans and looked about how to bowl to Verma. We saw that they were trying to go short because she wasn't comfortable on the short ball, and now they're just looking to just hang the ball outside the off stump.
Cromwell Road, end of the ground. Brunt starts and then stops.
Down the hill.
I mean, she's got seniority, you see.
You wait for me.
Brunt now approaches. Verma on strike. Once more, Verma happy to run the ball off the face of the bat, down towards Sarah Glenn, fielding just in front of us.
Yes, Catherine!
And that is another single, 5 without loss.
Sarah Glenn doing the worst job in international cricket when you're doing fine leg to fine leg or third man to third man.
It's a lot of miles now, isn't it?
I always used to enjoy it because you think, well, actually, I'm running about 10k in a 50 over game, an ODI. It burns a lot of calories, doesn't it?
Yeah. Justifies that ice cream.
Exactly.
Brunt past the umpire to bowl to Mandhana, driving. Obviously time shot, but it only finds the fielder in the offside. And there's no run. All been pretty tight and on the money from England so far. There's not been anything loose.
Yeah, they've just really looked to bowl back of a length, attack the stumps, not give either of these batters any width either side of the stumps.
Brunt charging towards us once more. Mandhana feels for the ball outside the off stump, runs it past Amy Jones, and that'll be the first boundary for India. It wasn't one that necessarily Smriti Mandhana will think I'll like to watch the replay of that on repeat and admire my own ability. It was a little bit loose, she's got a smile on her face, but it is a boundary nonetheless, and it's 9 without loss.
Yeah, just looking to guide that one past short third, but getting a genuine nick on it. Catherine Brunt's got her hands over her face, she can't believe it. And Mandhana just smiles at her and says, well, it's still gone for 4. And that little nick down to third man, we've now got a change in field. Sarah Glenn comes up to short fine, and Sophia Eccleston goes down to third man.
Brunt moving into bowl. Mandhana driving into the offside. There's a little bit of a stumble and a misfield from Sciver. They'll get through for 1 run. Throw is an appalling one, I'm afraid. And Maddie Villiers puts her hands up in apology to Sarah Glenn, who was almost taken out on the bounce as she ran in to back up.
I actually hope she's dropped her towel as well, running down to the boundary. Go and get your towel, Glennie. Oh, she's not noticed yet.
And that'll be a penalty if that ball hits that.
There we go. She said, Tammy, I can't be bothered. You get it? She's probably still got a dead leg from the ball just hitting her on the ball.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Right then, 2 balls left of the second over, 10 without loss. Outside edge, flies down to the boundary. There seems to be a really clear plan here from India. Use the pace on the ball and let the outfield do the work. 14 without loss.
Yeah, both of the boundaries coming from little guides down to the third boundary. That one just run off the face of the bat. She plays that so well. Down the hill.
There was no chance there. He's a fielder in position to protect that region. But nothing could be done by Glenn because the ball was racing. Brunt, bowling to Verma, this time goes into the leg side, picks up 1. And that'll be the end of the over, I fancy it is, yes. 2 overs gone, 15 without loss is the India score. England won the toss, they elected to have a bowl first. You weren't with us on Friday, Alex.
I wasn't, I missed you dearly.
Yeah.
I was playing at Emirates Old Trafford myself, so...
Well, how did it go?
Yeah, very well. We won. Emma Lamb in the runs again.
I saw this.
111 not out, opening the batting for us, and then getting 3 for as well.
Well, could she be an England player before too long?
Well, I'm surprised she's not here, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, really surprised. We saw that the bowlers have been picked. Emma Arlett got picked up after, a decent start to the season, and Emma Lamb has had an unbelievable season so far. But like Lammy said, she said, you know what, if I get picked in this England squad, I'm not going to play. So when I'm not being picked, at least I'm playing cricket. Yeah,
that's a fair point. But those players that are in the England squad, I'm thinking perhaps Danielle Wyatt at the top of the order will be thinking there's just a little bit of pressure to make sure that she does the job. Back in the England side, played well the other night, 31 she scored. Eccleston into the attack. Verma, clears the fielder up mid-wicket and will get 4. Wasn't far over the head of Nat Sciver, but Verma just freeing her arms for the first time in this innings, and India are 19 without loss.
Yeah, it's not often we see that so early on in the innings, but we've got mid-wicket on the ring for that slog sweep that Shafali Verma plays, and the ball just going over Nat Sciver. She's a tall figure. And a good start on the attack already to Sophia Eccleston, the world's best T20 bowler.
Eccleston, the long sleeves, prepares, moves into bowl to Verma. It's defended. Did you hear the crunching of gravel just then?
I did.
Yeah, it's our microphones, our effects microphone. One of them is right past the little gravel track, so every so often it sounds like someone's about to ring on the doorbell. Eccleston bowling to Verma, who goes hard into the leg side. She's got some distance. How much? 6. First 6 of the game. And Dunkley running round stood no chance. Out towards the picnic benches. And another big hit from Shafali Verma. 25 without loss.
Again, Shafali Verma with the slog sweep. She didn't quite get hold of the first one, but that one she's absolutely muscled over mid-wicket. And it's brought a change in field. Mid-wicket has gone to deep cow corner. And rightly so, because she's hit that so well.
It's almost like the equivalent of when you're told as a kid you can have your pudding, but you've got to eat your vegetables first. So Shafali Verma's batted for 2 overs cautiously, and now she's been told she can have some fun. Eccleston to Verma, defending, bit of a leading edge.
Still don't quite understand that.
No, I mean, like, she's eaten the vegetables now. She's by defending and blocking, and now she can have the apple crumble of a wallop over mid-wicket. That's an analogy I'm going to drop now. It's worked into the leg side, and there is no run.
It's an interesting one, but I think I can get on board.
Yeah?
Wouldn't have apple crumble though.
What would you go for?
Chocolate brownie and ice cream.
Would you? Well, you would have liked Northampton then.
I know, so I heard.
Yeah. We were very nice, well looked after. Eccleston to bowl to the right-handed Verma, down the leg side, signalled wide, and that'll be one more onto the India score, which stands at 26 without loss.
It's annoying really when your playing career gets in the way of chocolate brownie eating career, isn't it?
Yeah, which one do you see as a more, one that you feel that you're more of a success at the moment, as it's clipped into the leg side and a throw comes in at the non-striker's head and there is no run, because you are the captain of a side and you've won a World Cup, so I would argue you'd have to be quite a prolific brownie eater to combine the two remotely on the same level.
I mean, I'd like to think that the cricket career is going better than the eating career.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing. 26 without loss after how many overs? We've had 3.
Yeah, but you know, enjoying both.
Yeah, it's life's about balance.
I wasn't captain on Friday though.
Why?
Yeah, well, Kate Cross not in this T20 squad. Is the captain of the Manchester Originals, so my housemate said, do you fancy practicing captaining before the 100 starts? And to my annoyance, she actually said yes.
Oh.
I thought she was going to say, no, you do it, mate. But it's all right, she did it, we won, and that's all that matters. She did a very good job.
All that matters. Brunt at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Block of flats behind her. Blue seating is beyond the boundary edge. And Brunt charging in. To the left-handed Mandhana, outside edge, runs down towards Eccleston, deep third. Mandhana moves to 8, 27 without loss. Good start this from India.
A very good start. I was sort of questioning why they were going about their innings at the start so cautiously, just running the ball down to deep third, but they've got themselves in. The run rate now is 8.5, so me questioning all that is they've proved me wrong.
Brunt to the right-handed Verma. Short, hit into the leg side. She's taken it on and she gets 4. Brunt looking to try and tempt Verma into looping the ball up into the air. Well, she did, but it was away from the fielder and it's another boundary.
Yeah, brilliantly played that by Shafali Verma. Short, back of her length, hip high. She's looked to play that into the leg side, not even middling the ball as well. Coming off the toe end of the bat just shows how hard she does strike the ball.
It's the absolute passive expression afterwards, just, yeah.
This is what I do.
Yeah, whatever. 31 without loss. Brunt running in with a bit more purpose. Slower ball is walloped back down the ground without perfect timing, but I fancy it'll bring 4. It does. That won't do much to improve the mood of Brunt. 35 without loss.
Again, another brilliant shot. Shafali Verma with a smile on her face. Catherine Brunt, back of the hand, slower ball delivery. Instead of looking to pull the ball into the leg side, she's adjusted and pulled it straight over the umpire's head. Brilliant shot. Just shows how good she is, that she can adjust to that slower ball at the last minute.
Field up inside the circle and the offside as Brunt is into Verma. In the air, it's going to be 4 more. Beaumont at backward point was the closest to it. And Verma is starting to move through the gears. Smile on the face. India flags flying. 39 without loss now.
Wow, what a cricket shot from Shafali Verma. Giving herself that room through the offside, guiding the ball. This girl is so good at cricket.
Yeah.
Catherine Brunt now at the top of her mark, shouting and swearing, trying to figure out what to do. I love how angry she gets.
She does, yeah. And we've got the change now as Amy Jones is going to stand up to the stumps. And so Jones puts on the helmet and will run up to be just behind Verma, who looks disinterested in what England are doing.
Yeah, Amy Jones coming up to the stumps to stop Shafali Verma batting out of her crease. Try and keep her still. Bro's so angry at the top of it all.
13 from the over already. 3 boundaries in a row. Verma goes into the leg side, in the air. She's got underneath it. Is that ball going to run to the boundary? Yes, it does. 1 more 4 for the over. And everything that England try, Verma's got an answer for it. Flies over wide, long on. And the India supporters are loving this. 43 without loss.
17 off the over already. Still a ball to be bowled. 1, and then we've had the rest 4s. Verma just striking the ball so well.
Final ball of the over. What an over it's been for India. Verma waits. It's short. It's in the air again. Clubbed into the leg side, and it's going to be a 1 bounce 4. Same sort of region. And Brunt strides away, looking like somebody's told her it may be not coming home after all. 47 without loss after 4 overs.
Oh, Shafali Verma, what a pleasure it is to watch this girl back when she's in incredible form like this. Just striking the ball, she manipulates the field, she knows where she wants to hit the ball. Another straight pull over mid-on, just so good.
Blimey, what an over, 21 from it, 1, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. It's 47 without loss, and Verma's got 38 from 17. Bearing in mind that Nat Sciver's 55 from 24. We thought that, that will be the innings, perhaps, of this series. Well, we're 4 overs into the second game of it, and there is already the sense that we might be in for something really special here. Sciver's going to bowl with Mandhana on strike. It's quick, nicely played, running it down to 3rd and picking up a single. India moved to 48 without loss, and I like this from Mandhana because she clearly sees Verma and says, well, you'll strike it so well, I don't need to worry about it, you just get on strike.
And that's why these two bat so well together. They have that relationship where Verma, when she comes off and she's striking the ball like this, Mandhana goes, you know what, you have the strike, and vice versa. We saw in one of the ODIs that Mandhana was the one that was striking the ball so well.
Villiers at long on. Ooh, almost called into action, and that was so close to a stunning catch from that Sciver, because I think that was on the full.
It was. Dive into her right-hand side, the ball smacked straight back at her with some force, and it's one of those that they either stick or they don't. It's a finger breaker, that's what you would call that one. Yeah,
and Villiers right in front of us immediately started moving to her left, but it was Sciver that was closest to doing something with that. Verma defensively plays the ball into the ground. 48 without loss.
I just love watching Shafali Verma bat because she learns so quickly. We saw her get out in the previous game by backing away and giving herself too much room. Well, today she's still been backing away, but not as much.
Sciver from the C end once more. Full delivery. Tickled off the pads down towards short fine leg where Eccleston fields, and there's no run. Sciver doing a good job here, just stemming that flow of runs.
Almost feels quite boring, there's been a couple of dots.
Yeah. That strike rate's dipped to 190. Verma waiting, keeper standing up to the stumps. Ooh, leading edge into the offside, but it drops well short of the disgruntled Catherine Brunt at extra cover.
Rana.
48 without loss. 1 ball left of the 5th over.
It's been well bowled, this over from Nat Sciver. She just needs to get herself out of the over.
Verma waiting, it's short, swatted away, but Dunkley will pick the ball up before it reaches the ropes, and he'll keep Verma on strike. So 5 overs gone, 1 left of the power play. 49 without loss is the score, with 39 of those runs coming from the bat of Shafali Verma. Alex, some more from you, and then Emily Windsor will take up commentary for the first time today.
Well, that was brilliantly bowled by Nat Sciver. Shafali Verma on the hunt, she's finding the boundary with absolute ease. Nat Sciver comes on, just the single off her over, or the 2 off her over, sorry. Well bowled. But you know England are on the back foot when Sophia Eccleston is bowling her 2nd over in the power play.
Yeah, they certainly are. And what a
battle we're seeing throughout this series between Brunt and Verma. I mean, it's just fun to watch, isn't it?
I absolutely love it. I live for it. You know, I woke up this morning, I said, I get to see Brunt versus Verma again today.
And just as we thought Brunt was getting on top, Verma, she's come straight back at her.
And I just love the fact that Shafali Verma just laughs at Catherine Brunt. Catherine Brunt gets angry, throws the ball at Verma, does all sorts, and Verma just laughs at her and says, mate, I'm winning.
So calm and collected for such a young age. So Sophie Eccleston into the attack to Verma. She bowls and that's played back to her. Dot ball. Sophie fires it back into Jones. Hence England really wanting this wicket here, this breakthrough. India playing nicely in the power play. So this is the final over of the power play as Eccleston in again to Verma bowls, and that's hit her on the pad. Another dot ball. This is a good little spell though from England.
You're just peering round.
I can't
Would
find
you like
it.
to talk to me?
Yeah. I was looking at you through Henry and then you can't see me. We're all behind glass shields here in the commentary box for obvious reasons as Eccleston in again to Verma. That's hit back to her, that's dropped. That's a big moment. So Verma dropped on 39. That wasn't that hard a chance, was it, Alex?
No, that is going to be really important. Verma mistiming a shot, trying to play it over the top of mid-off, and it's gone straight back to Sophie Eccleston, literally straight to her.
That was one she did miss time as Eccleston in again, bowls to Verma and again played back to her, but another dot here. 4 dots so far in this over. 49 for none, India.
This battle is amazing because Sophie Eccleston came on to bowl the second over of the game, got absolutely whacked by Verma. She's now down the hill, she's adjusted her line and her length, she's bowling quick into the pitch, and Verma now can't get underneath her for that slog sweep.
Eccleston down the hill into Verma. She's tried to late cut that, they're appealing. Only Eccleston interested, Jones not, but I think that's just another dot ball. There are conversations with Eccleston and keeper, but the captain's not interested. 5 dot balls then, this over. You sense something's happening.
Something's happening. I think Shafali Verma here, this is where she'll either show her maturity or her immaturity. She needs to get out of this power play. Even if this is a maiden, it doesn't matter. India are on top. Get out of the power play.
Eccleston into Verma. She hits that down the ground, hits that hard, only to Brunt. So that is a maiden over. That's a fantastic over for England to end the power play and score 49 without loss.
A brilliant over by Sophie Eccleston, proving why she is the world's best T20 bowler. Learning from her mistakes in that first over, tossing the ball up. She's gone quicker into the pitch. And Shafali Verma, we very rarely see it as just patted back a maiden over. But the key from that is the drop catch that we've had from Shafali Verma. Eccleston dropping her for 39. Could be a big moment in this game of cricket.
Yeah, I certainly feel that could be, but the pressure is back on them now that Natalie Sciver's over before then. Eccleston haven't let them get away here.
Yep, just 2 runs coming off the final 2 overs of the power play, and that's huge. Just shows that the start that India got, 49 off the power play with 2 really quiet overs.
So Freya Davies into the attack for the first time here at Hove today. She'll be running up the hill from the C end into the left-handed Mandhana. She bowls, and that's turned down to third man, as we've seen her do so well so far. 50 up then for India.
This is the first time that I've seen Freya Davies bowl this season, and she's changed her run-up. She doesn't gallop in the way she used to. She used to have such an elegant run-up, and she used to sort of gallop like a horse would. And she's changed her run-up, so it'd be interesting to see if she's still as quick, still swings the ball as much.
So, change of field. 4 allowed outside the circle now. 3 of those are on the leg side with no mid-wicket in place. And a long off. Amy Jones just lining up those boundary fielders as Freya Davies at the top of her mark again. Ringfield then on the offside. It's Davies into Verma. That's down the leg side, will be a wide ball. Sharp take though from Amy Jones. She's been impressive for me this series so far, Amy Jones.
She's unbelievable with the gloves, isn't she? You know, we always say Amy Jones, the world's best keeper. It's just a shame she was behind Sarah Taylor, because any other international side should have played over 100 games, 100 international games. She's so good.
Do you think she learned from Sarah Taylor though? In comes Davies to Verma again. That's turned into the onside. Will just be a single as Sciver comes in off the rope. Verma will move to 40, 52 for none.
No, she will have learnt a lot from Sarah Taylor, but you know, Amy Jones does the simple things exceptionally well, but Sarah Taylor just does the outrageous things. There was a take yesterday in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Sarah Taylor diving to her right hand side, one-handed take, unbelievable.
In comes Davies again to the left-handed Mandhana. That's cut, but only finds Tammy Beaumont at back for point. They think about a single, a bit of a mix-up, but Verma gets back comfortably in the end. Dot ball after all that.
Yeah, never run on a misfield, that's the rule, isn't it?
Yeah, not when it goes just to her right. You definitely don't want to be running there, especially inside that inner ring. So 52 for none. Mandhana just on 10 off 10 deliveries, playing supporting role to Shafali Verma. Here we saw an incredible over against Brunt earlier as Davies in again to the left-hander bowls. That's hit back down the ground. Brunt does the fielding at mid-on. They come through for a quick single. Mandhana will move to 11, 53 for none.
Yeah, India just having to readjust and play things slightly differently now we're out the power play. Maybe go more nudging and nurdling. We've got no one on the ring on the leg side. But we've got a deep square, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Will Shafali Verma take on those fielders and look for the boundary on the leg side?
Or does she try and go through the offside? Let's have a look then as Freya Davies in again in the C end. She bowls slower ball and that's just forward in defence, will be no run. Danny Wyatt does the fielding at cover. Clever bowling that from Freya Davies.
Yeah, really well bowled. She knows that Verma wants to play the ball through the offside and give herself room, so she's gone for the slower ball. Freya Davies has the hardest slower ball to pick in England cricket. Domestic cricket or international cricket, she's got an unbelievable slower ball.
Freya Davies in again to Shafali Verma. She bowls and that's hit hard up to long on. Maddie Villiers picks up on the bounce, will just be a single. And the score moves to 54 for none, and that is 7 overs gone.
Another pretty chilled over, just 5 off it. Well bowled from Freya Davies. Huge pressure coming on to bowl out of the power play when you've got Shafali Verma 41 off 31 deliveries. You know, smacked Catherine Brunt all over the place.
You just sense as well how hard Verma's hitting the ball, even though that was just a single. It reminded me a bit how Natalie Sciver was playing on Friday. She was just hitting the ball cleanly. She was picking the gaps, and I feel like if Verma can stay here for at least a few more overs, India are going to start racing along.
They are indeed. Now this is a battle I've been a little bit nervous for. Sarah Glenn versus Shafali Verma. With the leg spin of Sarah Glenn, she doesn't get massive turn on the ball. She bowls off skidders off the surface. They sort of skid on with the arm. Something that Shafali Verma will be licking her lips towards, no doubt.
So 4 fielders outside the circle, or a mid-wicket, long on, long off, and cover everyone behind square of the wicket in the circle. Heavenite, the captain, at extra cover. In comes Glenn then to Verma. That's just a dink. Just to Glenn. Sophie Eccleston at short third will be another dot ball. Sort of feel the pressure's building on Verma here, because she got off to that flyer and now she doesn't seem to be getting the boundary she's after. Glenn in again to Verma. That's turned down to fine leg. That's a lovely shot. She's not running because the outfield's so quick, but Davies might get there, you know. No, she doesn't. So 4 more to Verma. She moves to 45 now off 33. That takes the pressure off her a little bit. 58 for none.
Yeah, just flicked off the pads towards short fine, and it's gone past and gone for 4. But I'm not being funny. Freya Davies put in a dive there. She could have stopped that. It's almost like she was a bit cautious of diving. I know she's got a sore shoulder, whether or not that had anything to do with it. Poor from Freya Davies.
It's the wrong line there from Glenn to this fielder. She bowls and then pulls away as Verma pulled away halfway through. So that's just a dead ball signalled by the umpire.
Fly in her eye.
I thought I missed the delivery. I thought that was a bit quick. Where's that gone, Alex? Help me.
Quicker ball.
In comes Glenn again. This time to Verma, she bowls. That's a quicker ball, and that's just played to Knight at extra cover.
And for the first time, we've seen a little bit of frustration from Shafali Verma. A grunt there as she tried to play that through the offside and couldn't.
Go on, Glennie.
Showing her emotion for the first time today.
First time we've seen off series, isn't it? In comes Glenn to Verma. Slower delivery, and that's driven up to long off. Will just be a single from Verma. Good change of pace from Glennie. Score moves to 46, 59 for none.
Yeah, brilliant from Sarah Glenn. Not letting Shafali Verma get comfortable facing her. Mixing up her pace, mixing up her line. And now she's got to do the same towards the left-hander.
So, change of field to Mandhana. Long off comes into the circle, and there's a deep square now. Out on the leg side as in comes Glenn to the left-hander. She uses her feet and she hits over that mid-off. And has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. That's 6 runs to Mandhana. She joins the boundary party, and she will move to 17, 65 for none.
That's just the beauty of this India opening pair, isn't it? Shafali Verma's struggling. She batted beautifully in the power play, really took advantage of the first 4 overs. Mandhana hardly had any of the strike. It's been a quiet couple of overs, and now she said, now it's my turn, and hits the ball over mid-off for 6. Brilliantly struck.
Such change of field. Long off, gone back now and cover into the circle. Still 3 fielders. We're just watching a replay as to whether that went all the way or not. So it's sort of rocking and rolling, one of those.
It's definitely 6.
If Alex Hartley says it's 6, it's 6. So again,
Go on, Glennie.
having to watch that rock and roll. But a nice day here at Hove. There's the 6 signalled. So Mandhana will face the next delivery from Glenn. She bowls, quicker delivery, and that's pulled out to deep mid-wicket. Sophia Dunkley quick to the ball. And back into the keeper will just be a single. Mandhana moves to 18, 66 for none. And that is 8 overs gone.
It was a decent over from Sarah Glenn. I was nervous for the battle with Shafali Verma, but she bowled brilliantly towards her, and then Mandhana hit her over mid-off for 6, so her first over's gone for 12. But in the context, she actually bowled really well, and that's just the beauty of T20 cricket, isn't it? It takes one delivery to ruin your figures.
Yeah, and that's why you got to be a batter, Alex. You as a bowler, you must know that. Especially as a spinner, I think sometimes it can be your day, can't it? You can be unbelievable, but sometimes you just go for runs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened on Friday. We played at Emirates Old Trafford against the Sunrisers, and I bowled 4 overs, none for 28. 3 drop catches, 1 that went for 6, a couple of misfields, and it just ruins your figures completely. But the context of things, you can still bowl well and still go for 30 runs, and that's just cricket. But that's why it's entertaining, I suppose.
That's why you can get wickets as well for your partner at the other end. Bowling partnerships. So in comes Freya Davies to the left-handed Mandhana. She bowls, and that's hit back down the ground. Nice shot, nice and controlled from Mandhana. Will just be a single though. She moved to 19, 67 for none. How do you feel here, Alex? Obviously no wicket. England haven't picked up a wicket yet. Do you feel India can really go some, especially with the middle order they've got?
Not yet. I think they need to, the longer these two bat together, the highest score they're going to get. The projected score is 165, but if these two bat for 2-3 overs more, they could get up towards 200.
In comes Freya Davies from the C end into Verma. She bowls, and that's turned into the onside again. Will just be a single. Verma moves to 47, 68 without loss, and that projected score, that 160, the average first innings score here in women's T20 internationals has just been 127. So how India are playing at the moment, they're going to go way beyond that. Wickets are important. If England get a couple of wickets, that certainly will put India on the back foot. Freya Davies then. In she comes to Mandhana. That's cut away out to deep cover. Sophia Dunkley in off the boundary again, just a single. Mandhana moves to 20, 69 for none. What will India be looking for here, do you think, at this start?
I think that 160, definitely that 160. Keep the run rate up around 8s. They've built themselves a brilliant platform. I suppose what's good now is can you bring in Harmanpreet Kaur a little bit earlier, and she can carry on the momentum.
Freya Davies back in past the umpire to Shafali Verma. She bowls, that's pulled away into the leg side as Again, just a single as Dunkley so quick out there. But she really put her body through that. 48. Verma moves to 70 for none.
Verma trying to go for that pocket between long on and mid wicket and just dragging the ball into the leg side. But we don't mind that. She's batting so well. She's slowed down out of the power play. She just needs to find a way of still trying to find that boundary.
Freya Davies just composes herself at the top of her mark. And comes in again to Mandhana. She bowls. That's hit up over the top of mid-off. This could be out. Maddie Villiers comes round. She takes the catch. That's the wicket England have been after. Smriti, Mandhana gone for 20. Chip to mid-off. And that's England's first wicket, 70 for 1.
A brilliant catch to that from Villiers. They're really hard to judge. The ball was going up over extra cover. She's run round from mid-off. Well bowled from Freya Davies. She's bowled brilliantly here today. And those catches, they look easy, but they're really not. Taken over the shoulder. Good catch from Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, she put her name on that straight away. They're the type of catches you take, aren't they, Hartley?
Well, you know, speckies only is what we like to call them. And I tell you what, we've seen some speckies in this series already, haven't we? And I reckon we could add that to the list. It wasn't a diving catch, but they're still tough to take.
She's a fantastic fielder, though, is Villiers. On sort of social media, you see clips of her when England are training, taking spectacular diving catches, but just calm and collected there under that. Freya Davies picks up her first wicket. So the incoming batsman is Harmanpreet Kaur, as you asked for, Alex.
Yeah, I love that from India. I love that from the captain herself. She knows they've got off to a brilliant start. She said, you know what, let's keep it going, I'm going in. And I think that's why she's such a brilliant captain, because she knows how to adjust to situations. And I'd love to see her get some runs today. She's been struggling this series. We all know what she's capable of.
So Verma will be on strike as they crossed, as it went up into the air. And interestingly, on the scoreboard, Verma's batting twice and got 48 from either end. As we look here at Sussex, but it will be Davies into Verma. That's a wide down the leg side. Jones can't get there. Glenn comes round, so they run a single. The score will move to 72. 72 for 1, though, importantly. England picking up that breakthrough, that much needed breakthrough.
Yeah, huge moment here as well to Harmanpreet Kaur. She's under the pump. She hasn't had a score in this series.
Would she be one that would be flustered by that? You've obviously played alongside her.
Nah, she's so chilled. She just goes, yep, I know, I just need one score and then I'm back to myself. She doesn't let anything faze her.
So Davies in to Kaur's first ball. She bowls, and that's just played to mid-wicket. Field has changed, really squeezing her, and that's the end of the over. 72 for 1. And I feel like, exactly as you said there, the importance of just that one innings changes it, doesn't it, for a batter? The talent's there, we know that she's a quality player, but you just get that one knock and then all of a sudden it's back.
Yeah, things just flip so quickly, especially in T20 cricket. It's so different to any other format of cricket. It just takes you to hit one ball through the covers or hit one ball over the top and you go, today's my day. So that's all Harmanpreet Kaur needs. She just needs that, and I'm dying for her to get some runs because she's such an unbelievable player, and even more so, she's such a nice person, and she's captaining this India side knowing that she's had no runs for a while, basically since 2017. And that does come with pressure, although she doesn't let it get to her. You know, we're all talking about it, so it's just one of those things.
So Maddie Villiers into the attack, the off spinner for the first time today. Long off, long on, mid-wicket and square out, all on the rope, and a ring offside field. As Villiers will be bowling to Verma on 48. She's hit that hard, that's up in the air, there's a cry for catch it. Will Natalie Sciver get there? Yes, she does, that's a huge wicket, a fantastic catch from Sciver. Verma gone from 48 off 37 deliveries, but all of a sudden England have got 2 wickets very quickly, 72 for 2.
A good catch that from Natalie Sciver. She was that long on, she's running round. The first ball that Maddie Villiers has taken, Verma's tried to slog sweep her. She's not even seen what she's going to bowl. Natalie Sciver, brilliant catch. She's had a lot of ground to cover. A huge wicket, not what India needed at all. We're going to have 2 fresh batters at the crease, and that is absolutely crucial when it comes to T20 cricket. Shafali Verma, furious with herself. She's shaking her head. She falls for 48.
Yeah, that is again what you talked about, potentially that inexperience. You've just got a new batter come to the crease. You haven't seen what Villiers is going to do. Gone for the aggressive option straight away. And all of a sudden, India are on the back foot. 2 wickets changes it so quickly.
Up the hill as well. Here at Sussex, there's quite a big slope. You know, down the hill I can sort of understand taking the bowler on, but not a first ball either.
So 2 wickets and just 2 runs scored. So England built a nice passage of play here. So Villiers will be bowling to Harmanpreet because they crossed while it was in the air. Deepti Sharma is the new batter at the non-striker's end. In comes Villiers then, and that's forward in defence,
Yes,
dot ball.
Good, laddie.
Dot ball pressure is so important as well here.
And that's where England have ended up picking up 2 wickets. They bowled fantastically together in partnerships.
Villiers into Kaur again, that's hit back to her again, and that's hit the batter. And the captain, Heather Knight, has to dive in the end. Another dot ball.
The pressure coming from both ends with Freya Davis and Sarah Glenn bowling well. Nat Sciver in the power play, Sophie Eccleston, they've just built pressure.
Villiers to Kaur again, forward in defence, another dot ball, so just a wicket. And 3 dot balls to follow so far this over.
And this is what Harmanpreet Kaur does. She faces delivery, she just looks to defend the ball, and then she'll go bang, she'll flip a switch.
Villiers to Kaur, that's short and that's pulled. She doesn't get hold of it. Just dragged down that by Villiers, but it'll come through for a single. She'll be off the mark, 73 for 2. She feels she would have missed out there, do you think?
Yeah, definitely missed out. That was a drag down from Maddie Villiers.
That's one of those that you want that early on in your innings, don't you, to get it away. Potentially the sign of her, though, you know she's out of form. She hasn't scored many runs. Just can't quite get it away. You're searching for those runs. 73 for 2. So left-handed Deepti Sharma brings a change of field. Villiers coming round the wicket. There she bowls. That's a full toss, but she can only find extra cover. The captain there stops the ball. 33 for 2. That's a fantastic over from Maddie Villiers. 1 for 1. Her first over. 73 for 2. And Henry in his bright yellow shirt, I think, is joining us.
It's not just bright yellow.
He's actually spilt something down it as well.
Have I?
We've had it on 2 minutes.
No, it's pudding as well. It's the Pim's trifle.
Oh,
It's quite nice actually. You're off for a bit, Al.
I'll go and try that. Try.
Thanks for pointing that out. Right then, score 73 for 2. Since this game has turned on its head in the last couple of overs, Emily, it just feels like those wickets could be oh so important.
Yeah, definitely. It's really stemmed the run flow, and actually losing Verma, you see Catherine Brunt come straight back into the attack, and I think this is a really good move from the captain, Heather Knight. Her previous over was very expensive, so she's come back.
Brunt to bowl to Kaur, who has 1 from 5, and is playing cautiously in defence.
Yeah, and I just feel like at the moment England as well, bowling in partnerships well. They're not letting either end any runs go, and that builds that pressure and that creates the wickets opportunity, which did in the previous 2 overs, getting both Mandhana and Verma, the dangerous batters.
Brunt in the sunshine, runs in right arm over. That's a quick delivery. Whipped round the corner from the bat of Kaur, who'll pick up 1 down towards Glenn. That fine leg. Brunt, who's walking with purpose and fury in every step. And figures of 2.2 overs, none for 33. Largely down to that 21 run over from the bat of Shafali Verma. But Verma's gone, and there is now the possibility, if England could get another wicket or 2 quickly, to really start to turn the screw here.
Yeah, we saw that at Northants, didn't we? India lost a couple of wickets quickly, then it looked as if it was England's game.
Brunt to bowl to Deepti Sharma, and Jones does well, rising with the ball. Just for a moment we were waiting for the ball to be tossed in the air. So there was perhaps an outside edge, but it just evaded
Great
Deepti Sharma's
take that.
bat. Yeah, isn't it?
Great take that from Jones. Brunt bowling quickly, Jones having none of it, stood up, rises with the bounce.
Here comes Brunt once more. It's a defensive push, nothing more than that. What India can't really afford here is to have a position where 3 or 4 overs go by and then suddenly they have to move through the gears. Actually, they need to keep the pressure on, keep that scoreboard moving.
Yeah, they don't need to do that recklessly. They don't need to be searching for the boundaries. They just need to rotate the strike. And England and Brunt are bowling really, really tightly, making that hard for India. But these dot balls are wins for England. They just need to get that scoreboard ticking over.
And your Shrubsole, not part of the England side today. She's leaning on the advertising hoardings just in front of us, watching on in a yellow bib. As in front of her, Catherine Brunt runs into bowl to Deepti Sharma again, flying past the outside edge, and again, Jones equal to it.
Shrubsole giving a fast bowling teammate a clap there. Those two bowled in tandem for so long for England. Shrubsole liking what she sees there from Brunt. Good comeback though from Brunt.
Brunt in again, final ball of her third over. 74 for 2 is the score. Pushing to the offside will yield a single. Dunkley sprints in from the boundary edge, and 1 run is taken. The score 75 for 2 after 11. Test match special with you on this Sunday afternoon. A big Sunday. Is that fair to say in English sport?
Huge Sunday. I wouldn't even go big.
Okay, we're going huge, right? Yeah, well, fair enough. And there is plenty of other cricket going on before we get on to anything else that might be taking place this evening, because there is much occurring in the county championship with Derbyshire against Essex, Durham Notts. At the end of the next over, I'll bring you all the details of what's been going on. Maddie Villiers then continuing to bowl to Deepti Sharma, and another dot ball. It's been really slow going the last couple of overs.
It certainly has, and I think India here just need to find a way, because all that hard work that both Verma and Mandhana did in the power play has just gone to waste here.
Smashed into the ground, but without the penetration through the offside to bring a run. 75 for 2, the run rate's dipped to 6.6 and over. Since the dismissal of Verma, we've seen 3 scoring shots across 2 overs. They were just singles. Villiers into Deepti Sharma, clipping the ball down the ground for 1. There's another onto the total, but it's not the sort of positivity that perhaps will encourage India to think they've got a big score coming, because you look, since that wicket fell at the start of the 10th over, we saw 4 dot balls immediately, another 4 in the following over, already seen 1 in this over, so 9 dot balls in 13. It's not the sort of run that you're looking for.
Definitely not in T20 cricket. That rotation of the strike is so important.
Harmanpreet Kaur waiting, right-hander, swinging without any timing at all. That was the shot of someone who is just so out of touch, it's untrue.
And just really searching for the runs. We said that she got a long hop in Maddie Villiers' previous over that she'd usually just absolutely punish and crunch to the boundary. She could almost hit it anywhere, but she just tried to hit it too hard. She wants those runs.
Down the track comes Harmanpreet Kaur. She's got hold of that one. Wow. That is a big 6. And the India dugout towards which that ball went, they enjoyed that. Because not only is it runs, but it's runs to their captain.
Yeah, and applauding that. And also, I think they were applauding the fielder with their teammate with a bib on. She took the catch out there in the dugout.
Look at that reaction from Kaur on the replay as well. A real show of emotion. Full delivery, whipped round the corner, and it'll just be 1 run out towards Danny Wyatt at mid-wicket.
But you just sort of sense, is that the shot she needed that will really kick her on? She's obviously faced a few deliveries now, but actually that one out the middle, that feeling as a batter, when you find that when you haven't scored runs previously, she knows it. You do know it, don't you, as a player? Could that start her on to a bit of an innings here, and a much needed one for India here?
I've waited close to 30 years for the feeling of the ball to come out of the middle of the bat.
Does it not come out the middle in nets with throwdowns? A few underarms?
No, absolutely not. I've heard it's really, really satisfying when you time one. Harmanpreet Kaur on this tour thus far, 4 and 8 in the Test match, 1 in the first ODI, then 19 and 16 to show a little bit of encouragement, then just 1 in the first T20. Can she get a score today? Sarah Glenn will be bowling leg spin to her from the C end. in the sunshine, clouds overhead. Sweep is really timed. We'll see themselves through for one run onto the total, 85 for 2.
I don't mind this though from Kaur. She hasn't got hold of it, but she's showing that positive intent. She's not just patting the ball back for dot balls. And that's so important. If they're not finding the boundary, they need to find the single.
Glenn's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Deepti Sharma. Packed offside field inside the circle. Sharma sweeps hard. It's work to do for Wyatt, who scampers across and does really well. And that prevents anything more than just a single. That's good work in the deep. 85 for 2.
Yeah, it certainly was. And that's with this England side, you've got fantastic fielders, you've got the depth in bowling. They're such a hard team to play against.
Glenn bowling to Harmanpreet, who mistimes one horribly into the ground. Once more, it was another shortish delivery that could have been put anywhere. She's not timed it.
The thing with Glenn though, the ball does skid on. She bowls those toppies and they actually really rush you in the end.
Kaur sees one tossed up, flipping down the ground. There's a little bit of work to do to ensure they get home safely as Brunt picks up at mid-wicket, but the single is taken. And the strike rotated, 86 for 2 now. 2 balls left of the 13th over. Just a reminder, England winning the toss, electing to bowl first.
I'd say it's in the balance actually at the moment. The average score here, we said earlier, in a T20 is just 127, and India head into that.
Deepti Sharma winding up, but in the end just tapping the ball into the leg side. 1 run taken out to mid-wicket, and 87 for 2. We've got a ball left of the 13th over.
And England as well don't have the best record here at home in T20s. They've lost 4 out of 5 games, which is actually very unlike them. It's not a favoured ground for them.
Tossed up, chopped away. That's a nice looking shot, and it's going to bring a boundary. Kaur was given just too much room there and moves to 15, has her eyes on her highest score of the tour, and it's a really important innings this for India. 91 for 2, 13 overs gone.
Yeah, good shot that. Clinical, short and wide, and she's punished it just as they brought that cover sweeper up. She hits it straight back through, finds a boundary, so 91 for 2. Good over for India.
A few headlines from the county championship today. 9 games in the final round of group stage matches, with Yorkshire taking on Lancashire in the Roses match in Group 3. Both sides already qualified for Division 1. Delayed start at Canterbury. Kent having to make a lot of changes following a positive COVID test. We saw that with the England ODI side in the men's game. Gloucestershire are taking on Hampshire, winners set to qualify from Group 2. Group 2 leaders Somerset are at Surrey. A draw for them will be enough to progress. And elsewhere, Group 1 leaders Notts taking on Durham, both sides challenging for a Division 1 place. Reigning champions Essex got to beat Derbyshire to stand a chance of qualifying for the top division. Worcestershire out of contention, host Warwickshire, who starts second in Group 1. All the details on the BBC Sport website. Davis sees one chipped in the air, could be a chance of a catch. It's going to drop just short. Knight was running as quick as she could to get there, but as it looped up towards shortish mid-wicket, the ball was always winning the race.
Yeah, that's one of those frustrating ones, but just a leading edge there. So this is nice bowling from Freya Davies. You saw in her earlier spell, she varied her pace well, she bowled her slower balls, which both Verma and Mandhana struggled with. So she'll certainly be looking to do that, running down the hill.
A home of sorts this for Freya Davies, from this part of the world. Sussex cricketer.
Not probably too familiar though with the ground. Sussex haven't played too much here.
No.
But she knows the sense of the smell of the sea.
Well, exactly. 92 for 2. Davies bowling to Harmanpreet Kaur, who chips the ball into the leg side without much timing. Will get through for 1. 93 for 2. It always surprises me how close this ground is to the sea.
You literally walk out of it and you see the sea, don't you?
The sea.
But you know what? The Vipers played a game here and we were like, we'll go to the beach after. And I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it is. That walk down the road, definitely looks closer.
It's a lovely walk down there, it really is. Round the wicket comes Freya Davies, bowling to Deepti Sharma. defended into the leg side. Interesting delivery and action from Davies, almost very, very different in many ways, but right at the last minute dips that head in the manner that James Addison does, actually looking away without the eyes on the ball as it's heading downward towards the batter. And just that final bit of effort, looking at the ground. She bowls to Sharma, working the ball into the leg side. Applause and encouragement from Heather Knight, the England captain, for what's been a good over so far. 94 for 2. You can see those wind farms in the distance out at sea, can't you?
Yeah, it's a lovely ground, isn't it? And I actually think this ground's fantastic for women's cricket, because the atmosphere you can hear in the background. Obviously we're still on a restricted crowd, but it always tends to bring that really nice feel. We saw the Kia Super League finals day here.
Davies bowling to Harmanpreet Kaur, looking to run the ball towards short fine leg, but there's protection there. Sarah Glenn will pick up. We've got a ball left of the 14th over, 94 for 2.
Freya's bowling very, very well here, bowling to her field.
Go on, Frey.
Bowling into the batter's pads, not giving them any room to free their hands. Skipper Heather Knight must be very happy as she has a conversation with Freya.
Recently graduated from Exeter University, I think I'm right in saying. I think in law, possibly.
Yeah, she's a very clever cookie, is Davies.
And now driven through the offside and bursting through the hands of the fielder at extra cover. That could have been a chance, you know. We'll wait to see if it's a boundary. That's the next thing to check. Either way, there'll be, well, possibly an extra run taken now. It's all happening during this delivery. And they have got home for what I think will be 3 runs. We'll have a look. It's 97 for 2 at the moment on the scoreboard. And Catherine Brunt punches the ground in frustration because she feels that was a chance missed.
Yeah, I think she seems to be having one of those days, isn't she, in the field? But I think that could be fantastic stop from Dunkley out on the rope. We'll watch the replay again and probably from a different angle. But if she stopped that, that's a great bit of fielding.
Yeah, I think she has, you know. That's brilliant work.
Diving low to her right at pace. Very quick across the ground is Dunkley. But was it a drop chance?
97 for 2, I think that's what it's going to stay. The umpire is
bowling right arm over.
Well, content that is enough. Ian Blackwell says to Nat Sciver, well, we're ready for the next over. We haven't seen a replay yet of that potential opportunity. As soon as we do, we'll know a little bit more. Sciver's bowled 2 overs, conceded just the 6 runs. As protection in the deeper, long on, deep cover, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Quite a conventional field outside the power play overs in T20. 97 for 2. Kaur on strike on 19. Defending into the offside, wants a single, but it's not there.
Yeah, Sciver's that economical bowler, isn't she? She really does put pressure on. Yes, she may not get all the wickets she deserves sometimes, but she builds that pressure which enables the other bowlers at the other end to be attacking and pick up the wickets.
Sciver again. Big swing from Harmanpreet Kaur, struck on the body. She tried to smack the ball out of hove. She looked to launch into the leg side, just didn't get it right.
Yeah, and that's a surprising shot, really, especially when there's 3 fielders out there, Villiers, Brunt, Dunkley, all out there waiting on the rope. Is that the best option? Should she just be trying to rotate the strike into that off leg side with no mid-wicket in place?
Short from Sciver, beautifully played, running down towards short third, and get a single. It was right up by the chops of Harmanpreet. She managed to just fend it away. I can see cricketing royalty tomorrow, right? I can see Charlotte Edwards having a very nice afternoon in the sunshine.
Round the wicket.
Yeah, the Southern Vipers are down there. They've got a box.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Ah.
Because we're obviously now breaking for a little while until August as the 100 starts. So we got a nice little social going on down there to our right, and I'm sure.
You'll be heading down there? Well, thank you for joining us this afternoon and resisting the temptation to go and join the fun down there. Sciver then, continuing to bowl to Sharma, who comes down the pitch, plays a nice shot down the ground. Work to do for the fielder, and it's really well done from Sophia Eccleston. Good throw as well.
Good running though. They come back for 2 there. The Indian player, they dived in on probably the hardest bit of ground. It's got to have hurt, but good running.
Yeah, straight down the ground. Well, pretty straight. And Eccleston running around from long on. Had a lot of ground to make up. And did a good job not just to get there, but then to pick up cleanly and throw.
Back to the box situation though.
Yeah.
The make or break was, because it's hospitality, there was a strict rule you're not allowed to wear football shirts. And on a day like today, you can't not wear football shirt, can you?
Well.
So I thought I'd, safely opt up to the commentary box where
you can wear the 3 lions with pride. Well, I'd be interested to see what football shirt Charlotte Edwards would go for.
I reckon she could pull out a real retro one.
Yeah, I think you're right. Something, early 90s.
We're not showing her age there at all.
No, well, retro football shirts are all the rage at the moment. I saw Isabel Westbury going for a run in Worcester wearing a Holland shirt from the 1988 Euros. It's a Van Basten shirt. 100 for 2. Sharma on strike. Gets in a bit of a tangle. All loops over Amy Jones. And drops almost exactly behind the England keeper. But they have run through for 1. 101 for 2. Kaur has 20. Sharma has 9. Harmanpreet Kaur here has her highest score of the tour.
And she's caught up as well. 20 off 20 deliveries. She's striking at 100.
Kaur waiting, easing the ball behind square on the leg side. Throw comes in from Glenn, but good strike rotation here. This is what we spoke about, this partnership needing to do if the boundaries weren't coming, but they've actually managed to get a few boundaries as well as this good effort with the running too. So 102 for 2 after 15 overs. I'm getting out of the way. Alex Hartley is somewhere and will join us. And Emily, you're going to take us through to the end of the innings. Where do we think this score is? What could it be, do you reckon?
I think from here, they've got 5 overs left. They're at least going to want 140. And again, I think they can push on. They're just 2 wickets down, so they have the opportunity, the freedom to push. As Alex joins us to our left. And rearranging the furniture to let people in and out. Of Sarah Glenn in from Cromwell Road end, bowled. Kaur advances, and that's played back to her. Kaur's starting to look a bit more comfortable at the crease, Alex.
She is. She still doesn't quite look herself though, does she? It's almost like something in her game is missing. She just look a bit twitchy, and she's forcing the ball, and she hits the ball best when she's not trying too hard.
Glenn into Kaur. She's gone for a big sweep through the onside. Has that split the fielders? Yes, I think it has. That's a good shot from Kaur. 4 more to her total. Sheer move to 25 and 106 for 2.
Yeah, good from Harmanpreet. Just sweeping the ball. She knows the ball's not going to turn. Playing it on his merit. And splitting those fielders in the deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. Trying to hit it any better.
Glenn in again. To Kaur this time. She bowls and she's gone big this time. That's gone in the air. The fielder is out there. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. That's 6 runs. Another slog sweep from Kaur. Sheer move now to 31. 112 for 2.
Great shot from Harmanpreet. The previous one hitting the ball down on the floor. That one knowing she can get up underneath it, knowing what Sarah Glenn is bowling, and a brilliant strike of the ball. I thought we were going to see another specky catch out in the deep. Nat Sciver, she tried, but the ball was hit too far.
So same field in place. Just a conversation between Glenn and Knight. What will her response be? So 2 boundaries to start the over as Glenn bowls. Flighted up this time, hit up towards long off. Will it be out? Yes, it is. That's a great catch from Catherine Brunt, and she celebrates to the crowd. Kaur is gone for 31. 112 for 3.
Oh, Harmanpreet Kaur, there was absolutely no need for that. You just got 10 off the previous 2 balls. Trying to go up and over extra cover. Again, a brilliant diving catch from Catherine Brunt. The standard of fielding in this tournament so far has been absolutely outstanding. But Harmanpreet just showing why she's out of touch. There was absolutely no need to play that cricket shot. Catherine Brunt diving forward. Brilliant catch. Another Speckies only.
Brunt liked that one as well, didn't she? She had probably a frustrating fielding in so far, and to take that, she let out a bit of her frustrations in her celebration. But that was Kaur's highest score of the series so far. So I'm sure there'll be some positives to take from it. Just frustrating, wasn't it? Just as she was starting to find her feet. She gets herself out.
You just almost think like, Harry, what were you doing? You know, you're playing so well, you've just struck the ball so well. I know she needs to up the run rate. I know India are on the back foot after such a brilliant start, but she's a player that you want there at the end as an India batting lineup. You want everyone to bat around her because you know how capable she is of clearing the boundary. You just think that could turn the game on its head.
So Glenn will be bowling to the left-handed Deepti Sharma. She bowls, she uses her feet, that's hit over mid-wicket, that's hit a pocket. Will that go all the way? No, Dunkley comes round. They want to. Their call is take them, but they make it comfortably in the end. Ghosh, the fielder at the other end, 1-1-4 for 3.
Yep, Deepti Sharma now has to be the one that's there at the end. She has to be the one that tries to accelerate. You'd think that India are definitely going to fall below Scott par after the start they got off to. Get my words out.
Glenn.
Put your teeth back in, Hartley.
Glenn into Sharma. She bowls. That's flighted. That's a good delivery. Dug out by Sharma. It's a good comeback that from Glenn after going for 2 boundaries. First 2 balls. She picks up the wicket and closes the over well with a dot ball. 1-1-4 for 3 India.
Yeah, Glenn's been expensive. She's bowled her 3 overs and gone for 32, but she has picked up the key wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur. It just looked like she was getting going. Dismissed of a 31 of 25 deliveries. Almost think Harmanpreet is such an experienced player. She's played a lot of T20 cricket around the world, franchise cricket. She's played in the Kia Super League. Just almost a little brain fade there from her.
Eccleston back into the attack. The best T20 bowler in the world. As a captain, you can't have any better person to call upon in this situation.
No, an unbelievable player, the ball in all circumstances.
In comes Eccleston, quicker delivery to Ghosh, who just pushes that into the offside for a dot ball.
What I really like about Eccleston as well, she's got an arm ball that is basically impossible to pick. That one bowled at 54 miles per hour.
That's quicker and fired in as in comes Eccleston again, creeping past the umpire, that's swept out into the leg side. Will just be a single. Dunkley comes in and picks it up. Ghosh off the mark, she moves to 1 and score 1-1-5 for 3.
She just knows her game so well now, does Sophia Eccleston. She's still so young, 22 years of age, the world's best T20 bowler. Here she's telling her fielders where to go, where she wants them. She just knows her game inside out. She's still so young.
She's certainly got a big future ahead of her as Eccleston in to Sharma, who gets a thick outside edge. Dunkley gets down there well, so keeps it to a single. That could have been more, but Dunkley again, exceptional fielder. Sharma moves to 12, 1-1-6 for 3. What I find exciting with Eccleston is she just always looks so calm with the ball in hand. She knows what she's trying to do, and as a batter you don't want to be facing that. She never looks flustered.
Never ever looks flustered.
Eccleston into Ghosh, and that's played to mid-wicket. Sciver will do well. There's a mix-up, but it's gone to the bowler's end, but that's a good stop from Sciver. Dot ball from Eccleston. England will like dot balls at this stage. Just 3.2 overs remain of India's innings as Eccleston in again. That's a quicker delivery. She tries to cut that through the offside, but again another dot from Ghosh. 1 of 4 deliveries. Struggling to get going straight away.
There's that arm ball from Sophia Eccleston. You said it was a quicker delivery. It's 57 miles per hour. She's firing it in. She's mixing up her pace. She's now moving the field. We've got rid of the mid-wicket to give them the single on the onside. Brilliant over by Eccleston.
A wall of fielders then on the offside. As Eccleston in, that's fired in again. It can only find Heather Knight at cover. A dot ball to finish the over. Fantastic over that from Sophia Eccleston. Just 2 runs from it. 116 for 3.
So good, just showing why she's the world's number 1. Bowled 3 overs, none for 13. She's not picked up a wicket, but she's created that pressure, and in T20 cricket that is almost the important thing. India know how good Sophia Eccleston is, therefore they've tried to attack at the other end, and the wickets have fallen. Harmanpreet Kaur, knowing she had to get after Sarah Glenn because you've got Sophia Eccleston coming on at the other end, makes such a difference to have her in your bowling lineup.
Certainly a bowler team sphere, and I think the most impressive thing for Eccleston, she's actually relatively expensive for her in her first over. Verma got after her, but for her to pull it back and still have only gone for 13 runs.
I mean, she went for 10 in her first over, and she's now bowled 3 overs for 13. Just showing how good she is.
So Natalie Sciver into the attack. 3 fielders out on the leg side and a long off. As she bowls to Sharma, slower ball that's heaved into the onside. Will that split the fielder? Catherine Brunt comes round, just a single, because that's a bullet arm from Brunt into Amy Jones's glove. Sharma moves to 13, 117 for 3.
There probably was 2 there, but the 2 batters out in the middle getting a little bit mixed up. No communication, they both ended up stuttering, and Catherine Brunt saving that too.
So, field changes to the right-handed Ghosh. Dunkley coming in to point. And the skipper, extra cover, brings herself across, but the same field. 3 fielders out on the leg side and a deep cover. Mid off in the ring this time. To the right-hander who's just on the single off 5 deliveries. Sciver bowls, and that's heaved into the leg side. Has that gone all the way? Eccleston comes round. Yes, it has. Into the crowd. 6 runs. And that will move Ghosh on to 7 off 6 deliveries now. And the score, 1-2-3 for 3.
Almost into the Sky Cricket pod, that one. Straight over the deep mid-wicket fielder. Eccleston trying to get round, but absolutely no need. Ebony Rainford Brent trying to. She actually didn't try and catch it. She ran out the way, almost like she was scared of it. Come on, Ebs, I thought you used to be a cricketer.
She's the camera then pans on her, don't they?
She's saying, no, I'm not catching that. I've retired, I've hung up my boots.
Sciver, what's her response going to be? To go shorter delivery, that's hit up into the offside. Dunkley comes round and she drops it. It's a hard chance, doesn't get there. But they come through for a single, just chipped into the air. 1-2-4 for 3.
Yeah, tough chance that for Dunkley. Just shows how easy Maddie Villiers made the previous chance when she took that catch off Nat Sciver to dismiss Shafali Verma. Very similar. Dunkley not getting there.
One of those as well, wasn't it? The extra cover could have gone for it. Was it points? Whose catch was it? Sciver into Sharma. Shorter ball pulled out into the onside. That's hit hard. Brunt comes round, does exceptional fielding there to keep it to a single. That's great fielding from her and applauded from Sciver the bowler. 1-2-5 for 3.
Brilliantly fielded that by Catherine Brunt. It should have been 2. You know, hit straight out into the deep. But the fielder's just not quick enough. And I can see on the replay, Ebony Rainford Brent getting out of the way of that cricket ball. Gets funnier every time you see it.
It's the fact she put her hands up in the air as well, wasn't it? She was like, nope, not for me. And comes Sciver from the Cromwell Road end. Short delivery, she's gone to ramp it. And that's just hit Amy Jones, I think. And not the batter. But it's a dot ball after all of that.
They're the worst as a wicket-keeper, aren't they? Because you know the ball could come after you. She's gone for the ramp shot. Amy Jones has just worn it. We often say to Ellie Threlkeld, when you know a player ramps, just be big. Just be big. Let the ball hit you.
Tell you what, that's an impressive touch from Amy Jones. Thinking about the football later, she brought that well down nicely off the chest. She just didn't volley it at the stumps.
Oh, you just know that's her. She's got her head between her legs. She's taking a deep breath.
Show no pain. Cover into the circle then. Long off, gone back. Glenn, short fine, just been moved finer. In comes Sciver then. She bowls, and that's full delivery. That's hit straight back to her, and that is a wicket. Fantastic catch from Sciver. She wasn't really looking, just getting her head out the way. But that is Ghosh gone for 8. 1-2-5 for 4.
Yeah, just going for that straight drive up and over Sciver, not getting hold of it enough, and a good catch from Sciver, a knuckle ball from Nat Sciver as well. Brilliantly bowled, well executed. And Nat Sciver, as you said, just bowing the head to just maybe get out of the way, but it stuck that time.
Yeah, good breakthrough that for England. Wickets at the death always slow that run rate. It takes a little bit of time for the batters to get going. But Sharma's still there at the other end. 13 balls remain of this innings. What score are you going for? Actually 12 balls, 2 overs left.
I'm trying to do the maths in my head. I'm going to go make it easy, 145 minimum. Try and get tens from you.
I thought you were going to start counting with your fingers then, Alex. That's what it looked like.
Well, I've got enough of them, but...
I hope you don't have 20 fingers. 10 times 2.
Use your toes.
So Freya Davies being trusted with this 19th over. She's bowled really well so far. Coming into the side, didn't get much of a go on Friday because it rained at Northants.
Round the wickets here.
She's certainly impressed so far here today. from the C end. It'll be to the left-handed Deepti Sharma. The new batter is Sneh Rana, who will be at the non-striker's end. So three fielders out on the leg side and a long off again. The field that England seem to be going for here is Davies in, that's full, that's dug out, can only find short third. They come through for a quick single. They make it quite comfortably with a diving effort from Rana. 1, 2, 7 for 4.
That's all India need to do here. They need to just keep rotating the strike. Rana needs to get her mate Sharma facing as many balls as she can. Deepti Sharma is going to have to try and manipulate the field. Not got enough on the board so far. We saw they got off to an absolute flyer in the power play, and then England really put the brakes on India and have been absolutely fantastic since.
Yeah, fielding's been exceptional from England. Bowled to their plans, which is so important in T20 cricket, especially with batters now who can hit 360. Got to make it as hard as possible. So Rana taking her guard.
Right arm over the wicket to you.
And we will see again a cover sweeper and not a long off to Rana. As Davies in from the C end. Here at Sunny Hove, she bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. They come through for a quick single with Glenn. She's gone bowler's end, and they make it quite comfortably. Rana off the mark, rotating the strike, just as you asked, Alex. 1, 2, 7 for 4.
Yeah, big ball this as well for India. They've got to try and find the boundary somehow. You can't just be going at sixes this stage of the game. They've got enough wickets in hand. Deepti Sharma very, very capable of finding the boundary, but she's struggled today. She's 15 off 21 deliveries, so she needs to try and catch up.
So wall of fielders again on that offside. In comes Davies to Sharma, that's down the leg side, and that will be 5 wides. That's not what England needed. Jones had no chance there. The score will move to 1-3-2.
Yeah, not what England needed at all. Davies just getting a line wrong, sorry. Right left-hander at the crease, always important at this stage of the game. Try and put the bowlers off as much as you can, and it's worked for India. Ray Davies just spraying the ball down the leg side. She's frustrated with herself. Amy Jones frustrated, but she was nowhere near that.
No, that would have been an incredible take if she got that one. A seamer, bowling quickly down the leg side. You can't see the ball, you're blind-sighted. As in comes Freya to the left-handed Sharma. That's sweeped away into the leg side. Will that go all the way? Danny Wyatt can't stop it there at mid-wicket. It's 4, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, brilliant from Deepti Sharma. That is exactly what India need to do at this stage of the game. They've got to up the run rate. They've got to try something. Got the 2 fielders out in the deep trying to stop the ball. Danny Wyatt thought it was going to be 6 momentarily. But 1 bounce 4. Danny Wyatt putting in the effort, but it was just an effort for the cameras, I reckon. It's always 4.
She had no chance out there, did Danny Wyatt. Sharma now on to 19 and 136 for 4. So after a good start to the over from Davies, India have got 9 from 2 deliveries, or 1 delivery because of the wide. So Davies, can she respond? The young bowler in, and that's hit again out into the leg side. Will Wyatt take the catch? No, she doesn't. She does well. Stops the boundary, so it's just a single. I think about 2, probably should have gone 2 there to get Sharma back on strike. But 1-3-7 for 4, and Danny wore that one.
England showing their class in the field. They've worked so hard on their fielding over the last 12 months. Everything that goes up, you almost feel like India have the chance to catch it. Danny Wyatt charging in. She ends up slide tackling that. She knows it's coming home.
In comes Davies to the right-handed Rana. Slower ball, that's a great delivery from her. Just be pushed up to long on. Villiers comes in. It'll just be a single. That's a good response, that from Davies, but she'll have to bowl to the Sharma again.
I think she's got to go pace off. She's got such a hard delivery to pick when she bowls that back of a hand delivery. And you just think with the leg side boundary out, you've got to go slower ball.
Tell you what, Alex, I feel I should have started a tally at the start of the day of how many times you're going to say it's coming home.
Maybe about 4 or 5 already?
I think it's more than that. In comes Davies to Sharma. Full delivery, that's hit into the leg side again. We'll only find Danny Wyatt on the bounce. So just a single. for Sharma to finish the over. So 139 for 4, 1 over remains, 6 balls remain, and they're already nearly up at that 140.
Well, some would say, I know what I'm talking about. Some would say I completely make it up.
That's commentary for you. So who will be taking the final over? It'll be Eccleston, who's bowled exceptionally well so far here, and she'll be a tough one to take for more than 6s, won't she?
Yep, she will. As we keep saying, the world's #1 T20 bowler at the age of 22, rocking the pink shades, the zinc. It's not sunny enough for zinc today, surely.
Safety first, you don't want to burn, Alex.
I reckon it's more war paint than anything.
The fierce look. So Eccleston will be bowling to Deepti Sharma, who's on 29. She bowls. That's a quicker delivery. That's chipped back over her head, as if you're chipping it onto the green. They think about 2. Sharma wanted to, Rana didn't. It's just a single. Villiers comes in quickly there. 140 for 4.
Rana there, absolute criminal. She's got to get back to the non-strike end. She's running to the danger end, but she's in her crease waiting for Deepti Sharma to tap her bat. Just get up the other end. You've got enough wickets in hand. Runs are crucial at this stage.
And you still get that single, don't you? But you get the batter back on strike. Eccleston into Rana. That's swept out into the leg side. Again, will just be a single. Wyatt does the fielding out there at deep mid-wicket. Score moves to 141 for 4. Right hand, left hand has been in the whole innings for India. Because Mandhana, as soon as Mandhana came out, Deepti Sharma came in, which makes it hard work for the bowlers. They have to adjust their line. In comes Eccleston to Sharma. That's short and pulled into the leg side. Good bowling from her. Just a single. 142 for 4.
I just don't understand why they're not running hard. You're at the death. You're in the last over of a T20 game and you're jogging a single. Like, what are you doing?
Especially as it's quite a long boundary out to our right. You want to put the fielders under pressure. Harley hands in head. Eccleston in. She advances. She hits that up to long on. They cry for catch it, but it will just bounce short of Sciver. Again, Sharma thinking about 2 there, but it's just 1. 143 for 4 now. So just singles so far. And this over. 2 balls remain.
Thinking about 2 when it wasn't, when it was just a single, nearly a drop catch. They're doing it all wrong. What's going on?
Eccleston to the left-handed Sharma bowls, and that's swept into the leg side. That will fall safely again. They've got to run this hard, haven't they? Again, just a single. Catherine Brunt in quickly. But you've got to be pushing there. Hartley, you're getting more and more agitated. 144 for 4.
I think the issue is Rana's quite quick between the wickets and Deepti Sharma isn't. So Rana is ready to run 2, but Sharma's not even made it at the other end. But you have to run 2 at this stage. You're in the final over.
Last ball then, Eccleston in. That's swept into the leg side. Will that go all the way? Will that be a boundary to finish? Yes, 1 bounce for, so a boundary to finish. And the score is 148 for 4. So England require 149 to win. And how do you weigh that up there, Alex?
Yeah, I think they've done well at the end there to get themselves to 148. They got themselves off to an absolute flyer in the power play, did India, and then England put the brakes on. India's middle order, Harmanpreet, Kaur came in and really struggled. Deepti Sharma really struggled towards letting build an innings. But I think India will be really happy with that. 148 for 4. I think they're a few too many short. I mean, if they'd have run hard at the end there, they might have got themselves up to 150, 155.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's certainly a total that England will be looking to chase here. With their batting lineup, they're going to have to do something very silly not to chase that down.
Yep, they are. Oh, sorry, I was just looking at Henry. I didn't know if he was joining us or not.
Yeah, I'll join in. Hello. Yes, it feels a little bit light, doesn't it? 177 for 7 England made in that first game. And
Shafali, Verma, 48 today of 38 balls. Did you change anything from the last game to this game?
I was not thinking much. I was just playing my own game and be confident as my every inning. I was just do well for my team.
Wonderful to watch, particularly against Catherine Brunt. It's a wonderful little battle that you two have going.
Yeah, I was just do myself great. Just do good shots only. That's it.
Did you find it different batting here at home with the slope to the pitch?
Not. I think no.
No. 148 on the board, if I've got that right. Is that enough for India today?
For what?
Asking 148 क्या काफी है क्या?
Yeah, I think I was pretty sure for my bowlers. They're doing good job, I think. So we're good today.
Okay, we know you're very good with the bat. Will we ever see you bowling?
Not yet.
Not yet, but sometime soon?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Beautiful, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, the wonderful Shafali Verma with a little bit of translation from teammate Jamima Rodriguez as well, chatting to Mel Jones on the boundary edge. Lovely interview there. But just before we let you go, Emily, because you've been on for a long old stint there, you were speaking at the end about the lack of pushing for those extra runs. Does that take the momentum out of a side's sort of energy going into an interval?
Yeah, definitely. And I think when you're towards the back end, what Alex was saying is you've got to put those fielders under pressure, because you're relying on the ball being fizzed in directly at the top of the stumps, taking the fielder taking it and taking the bails off, which is actually quite a longer time than you think. And I think if you pick up a couple of twos there, you get above that 150 mark. That really does put England under slightly more pressure. And I think that total, England are going to be very happy walking in that dressing room with the batting lineup they've got.
Yeah, 149 is the target. Emily Windsor, thank you very much indeed. Alex Harley, a little break for you as well. You'll be back at the start of the innings. Let's quickly go through the scorecard before we check in around the county championship. Smriti Mandhana and Shafali Verma put on 70 runs for the first wicket. That partnership ending when Mandhana was caught by Maddie Villiers off the bowling of Freya Davis for 20. Verma 48 from 38 balls, 8 fours, 1 6 in there. She was out caught by Nat Sciver off the bowling of Maddie Villiers. Villiers' first ball, and that suddenly saw a little bit of a shift in momentum. 2 wickets in 3 balls. Harmanpreet Kaur's highest score of the tour, 31 she made from 25 balls, and the final wicket to fall. Richa Ghosh caught and bowled Nat Sciver for 8. Deepti Sharma there unbeaten at the end, 24 from 27, and Sneh Rana 8 from 5. In terms of the bowling, well, Nat Sciver 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Catherine Brunt 3 overs, none for 34. Sophie Eccleston 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. Freya Davis 4 overs, 1 for 31. Sarah Glenn 3 overs, 1 for 32. Maddie Villiers 2 overs, 1 for 9. So she the most economical of the bowlers. Catherine Brunt having a frustrating day, conceding those 34 runs in 3. So the target for victory will be 149. That'll get underway, that run chase for England, in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. We'll bring that to you, but there's also plenty of county championship cricket going on today, and Kevin Howells can bring us the details of what's been going on.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome back to Leeds, where the floodlights are on, but we've had a dry morning and afternoon session, and it's been far too steady from Yorkshire's point of view, and Lancashire having a very good time. We've got plenty of issues at stake in terms of teams trying to qualify for Division 1. The top 2 of 3 groups go through to Division 1, get in Division 1 in September, and you've got a chance of becoming the champion county for 2021. And Yorkshire and Lancashire have both already booked their place. However, you also take through to that section of the competition the aggregate points you've scored against the team you go through with. So in Yorkshire and Lancashire's case, it's vice versa here today. And those aggregate points are halved. Now, earlier in the summer, Lancashire really thrashed Yorkshire, and they took away from that game 22 points compared with Yorkshire's 1. So you could argue at the moment, as things were standing, Lancashire would take through 11 points, Yorkshire would take 0.5, half a point through. Now that could be actually quite important. You've only got a few games to be played in September. So plenty at stake here, and Lancashire have made a very good start. They were put into bat, cloudy skies. Perhaps Yorkshire didn't fancy Jimmy Anderson bowling at them in those conditions this morning, I don't know. But either way, Lancashire have made a good fist of it today. 176 for 1. We've just got to tea. Keaton Jennings is not out on 77. Luke Wells is on 7, and Alex Davis, he was out in that partnership of 163 with Keaton Jennings. He was LBW to Jordan Thompson, who is quite a terrific all-rounder, to be honest with you. Big things lie ahead for him, I think, in his career. He's the only wicket to have gone so far, though, is Alex Davis, and he went for 84 LBW off 173 deliveries, 14 fours. So that's the situation here in the Roses match. The other games in this particular group, Glamorgan, Northamptonshire, rain in Cardiff with Northampton 128 for 4. And there's a story to be had at Kent. Kent versus Sussex, I'm afraid one of those where somebody was tested positive in the Kent Spitfires team the other night or Saturday morning following their game on Friday, and therefore the entire squad has to isolate. through the night, the Kent team on the Kent club had to find 11 players to turn out for them. They've got 5 on debut, and somebody who's enjoying himself with Sussex at 146 for 7 is their seam bowler, 19-year-old Jas Singh, brought into action, I imagine, at fairly late notice. The wording I saw on the copy was that they worked through the night to find these players. So whether Jas actually found out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't know. I'd like to think so for some strange reason. Anyway, he's got 4 wickets. He joined the club when he was just 9, Kent. He's now 19 years of age. What a way to make a debut. The 5 on debut for Kent today. Sussex already turn out quite a young-looking team themselves, so that's an interesting game going on at Canterbury. Sussex 147 for 7. Now, into the groups where there are still things to be decided in terms of who's going to go through to Division 1 or not. If we go to Group 1, here we have 4 teams who could possibly make the top 2, and those teams are Nottinghamshire in first at the start of this round, Warwickshire second, Durham third, Essex as the holders, defending champions, in fourth. Essex need to win, pick up as many points as they can, and hope the teams around them and above them really, and Durham, Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, drop points. Well, they've done the first job, Essex, in bowling Derbyshire all out for 146, so that's a big tick to start the day for them. Now they've got to try and score as many runs as possible there at Derby against Derbyshire. We'll see how that goes on later into the afternoon. Durham versus Nottinghamshire, so this is third versus first. Nottinghamshire started this round on 137 points, Durham in third on 122, apparently a very short boundary, so Durham will try and get as many runs as they can because they need their bonus points as well. But Nottinghamshire not yet a tee in that game. They're 184 for 5. Chris Rushworth has picked up a couple of wickets. It's Mullaney and Patterson White, the not out pair. Slater made 60, Clark of 48 in that Nottinghamshire innings. And the other team we need to take a look at is Warwickshire. They're second. They started this round 6 points behind Nottinghamshire, and perhaps more importantly, they started at 9 points above Durham, who were in third. So Warwickshire 220 for 1. It's the match where the pairs take on the Bears. It's Worcestershire versus Warwickshire, and Dom Sibley is not out on 79. Peter Milan is not out on 141 at 220 for 1 in that game at New Road. Now into the next group, which is Group 2. So this has possibly again 4 teams. Surrey with an outside chance in fourth of still making it. Somerset at the top, then it's Gloucestershire and Hampshire. Somerset away to Surrey, and Surrey drafting in, as you do. Ravichandra came in today. He was brought in, and Ravichandra Ashwin, this is, to give him his full name of course, brought in and started the bowling, opened up the bowling, so clearly expecting a bit of spin there at the Oval. But Surrey 197 for 3, and he's taken just one of the wickets, our Ashwin. Lammonby went for 42, so Hildreth not out on 55, Goldsworthy not out on 32, Somerset 197 for 3 in the game there. But Gloucestershire versus Hampshire, Gloucestershire just need a draw to be certain of going through to Division 1, produced a very flat pitch, but they have lost some wickets against Hampshire. Gloucestershire 213 for 6 is the latest score I've got there, and Phillips not out on 47, so that score there 213 for 6, and one other score to bring you, and that's the game between Middlesex and Leicestershire. Middlesex 182 for 2 in that game being played at Merchant Taylors, and Sam Robson is not out on 101.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin. You can listen to all of those commentaries on the BBC Sport website and app via the cricket section. You won't miss a ball. Every ball of every single game, be it Championship, Royal London One Day Cup, T20 Blast, or indeed the 100 starting on July 21st. You'll be able to hear every single moment of it across BBC Radio, so do look out for that on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. Here at Hove, the sun has just gotten behind the clouds a little bit. It's clouding over a touch, but no danger of any rain at this stage, as we see India's fielders run out trying to defend 149 against an England side knowing victory will take them to 10 points in this multi-format series, and enough to have an unassailable lead. Alex Hartley, World Cup winner in 2017, wearing her England goalkeeper's shirt, is alongside me. And Alex, do you think they've got enough here, India?
No.
There we go. Thank you very much indeed. Why not?
I just think they got off to an absolute flyer. They took advantage of the power play, and England properly put on the brakes, held India. You know, they just couldn't get above 6s out of power play. They just put on so much pressure. And I just think they're 20 or 30 short. They should have got 170.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a sense that maybe runs were left out there, particularly, as you say, from that start. But England, they'll know that they've got to bat well. There's not any givens in this game, and certainly 150 or just shy of that is a reasonable target that you've got to go about with a good amount of intent. And certainly England will be aware of that. Power play overs always important. First 6 with the fielding restrictions in place. We're going to see Shikha Pandey bowling the first over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The far end as we look at it, there is a deep third and a mid-wicket with Tammy Beaumont playing her 93rd T20 international, standing with bat resting on shoulder, waiting for the signal from the umpire that we're ready to go. And Shikha Pandey will then respond by delivering the first ball of this innings and this run chase. 149 is the target, keeper standing up as Beaumont waits, defends, looking for that single into the offside. Running in is Radha Yadav, and she won't prevent the single, so it'll be a run immediately for England, and the score is 1 without loss.
Now, you'd have thought, of all the cricket that Tammy Beaumont has played against India, that your backward point needs to be 5 yards off the ring because she loves a drop and run at the start of her innings. Surely.
Yeah. You'd have thought that would be quite high up in the analyst's book, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Same with Danny Wyatt, loves a dab. We'll dab this down to short third, or at least try.
Here comes Shikha Pandey again. Still the keeper stands up. Outside edge flies down towards deep third, where Poonam Yadav scampers across the turf to pick up, and England pick up another run. 2 without loss. It's all as it was in the first innings, really, just cautious run scoring rather than anything too explosive early on.
Yeah, I think England can learn how India went about their first 4 overs of the power play. They took the time in the first and then really targeted certain bowlers and knew what their plans were. It's just their last 2 overs in the power play that India really struggled.
Beaumont on strike, killing the ball into the leg side. Behind square will get 1 run. And the score, 3 without loss.
I had a bit of a nightmare in that innings break.
Talk to me.
So I've got to do, obviously, all the BBC social media during these games. So gone downstairs to do the social media, not even started filming, and the umpires came out, so I've ran up the stairs.
Oh, did you get one taken?
We didn't do anything. No.
So the masses are going to have to wait. 3 without loss. Pandey bowling to Wyatt, who has no idea where the ball's gone. It's gone off an inside edge, and there's a throw at the non-striker's end which misses. And England 4 without loss. Oh dear. I thought you seemed a little out of breath when you got back up to the commentary box.
Ran up the stairs.
Yeah.
Someone shouted, "Alex Hartley." I said, "I've got to go, I'm sorry."
It's a good jersey, that, your England shirt.
It is, isn't it?
There's an element of the St John ambulance about the design.
Well, multi-talented.
In comes Shikha Pandey to vault to Wyatt. Beaumont, I should say. They're very similar looking, these two. And that's a single taken. Is it a single or is it a leg bye? It's a leg bye. Either way, England's score moves to 5 without loss. And without wishing to make excuses, the keeper obscures the view from where we are at sort of deep third. And so I'm just going to cover my back when I get it wrong. But it is, I can say, Danny Wyatt on strike now. I can say that with confidence. She waits for Shikha Pandey. 5 without loss. Final ball of the over. Oh, an appeal for LBW, which is rather retracted by the bowler and keeper. And the over ends with a dot ball. So 1 gone. England's target is 149. And in fact, have we got 1 more ball?
Well,
the scoreboard says end of the over.
It's definitely end of the over.
Hold on a minute. That's the end of the over. Oh, there we go.
I thought, Henry, you've had a shocker in those first 6 balls.
I haven't.
But you haven't.
No.
But you only got Wyatt and Beaumont mixed up twice.
Yeah.
I thought you'd called the end of the over wrong, but you hadn't.
So I had 2/3 on shocker.
Yeah.
3 counts and you're out. Yeah, 1 over gone, 5 without loss. The umpire, I think, may have miscounted there.
Also, the DRS timer was on the board. Maybe they were thinking about it. Didn't look like it, but anyway.
We
carry on.
We are where we are. 1 over gone. England 5 without loss. 149 is the target as Alex fixes our TV and time old fashion of whacking it on the top.
No, every 40 seconds or so it just turns off and comes back on. So I've just give it a whack because we all know something's not working. You whack it or turn it off and on.
And that'll do the job.
That'll do the job.
So I just suggest you maybe move away from the radio equipment.
When it goes off and I whack it.
When the line drops out, I find you just pounding the top of the equipment.
If in doubt.
5 without loss. 1 over gone. 149 is the target. with Beaumont on 2 on strike. And we're going to see Arundhati Reddy bowling the second over from the C end with a good crowd in at home. Early wickets will make this a good contest. Beaumont cutting the ball into the ground as a good stop at cover point. Deepti Sharma in the wide-brimmed hat, and there's no run.
It is impossible when Reddy's bowling not to be like, are you ready?
Do you think the umpire says that every single time?
Ready? You ready? Ready, ready? I can't not do it every time I see a name. I'm like, ready?
Oh, you must have been a joy to be on the field, Alex. Beaumont sees one wide outside the off stump, leaves it alone. Another run signalled. And England move to 6 without loss early in the second over of this run chase. 149 is the target for a win that would see England claiming the trophy.
Would indeed. They lead 8-4 at the minute.
They do. And another win would see the competition done. Beaumont on 2. Reddy bowling, swung into the air, could be a chance of a catch with it. No, it evades the fielder at mid-on, and it's going to bring a boundary, I fancy. Yeah, just in front of us. Shafali Verma can't get there. And Tammy Beaumont swung hard down the ground. 10 without loss.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont looking to go up and over mid-on inside the ring. Not quite getting hold of that, coming off the toe end of the bat, or high up on the bat, sorry, even looking on the replay. Shafali Verma not quite reading that, and didn't put in the dive.
And they're rather treading water at the end there.
But a brilliant shot from Tammy Beaumont, just readjusting, stepping outside off stump.
Waiting now for Reddy. Beaumont into the offside this time. It goes out towards deep extra cover where there is a fielder waiting, so 1 run will be taken.
She absolutely crunched that.
She did, that was a good piece of timing. 11 without loss.
You know it's hit hard when it bullets across the ground and then the deep fielder has to fumble it.
Yeah.
Just fix that TV
Just
screen.
fix the telly again now. I like the idea that you launch an electrical repairs service where all you do, your only method of fixing things. Whack, toaster, kettle, whatever it is. Reddy, oh, full toss, filthy one, but Danny Wyatt clobbers into the offside. Throw comes in, hits at the non-strikers end. Now, is there trouble there? They will have a look. We'll wait and see if it's a no ball, because it was quite high up, but the run was taken by Wyatt, who looks a little bit perturbed here.
A brilliant bit of fielding that from Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain at mid-off. Picks the ball up. She was in no position to throw it whatsoever, but she's launched it in the air, almost 2 feet off the ground, hit middle stump. Could be close this, Danny Wyatt.
Direct hit. Throw came in, as you say, off the ground. No, Wyatt's home by probably 1.5 feet.
It's not close.
It was close-ish.
Close enough.
It was a good throw, hit middle stump.
That bit I got right.
It's a small wins out. Midway through this, the second over, not out is confirmed. 12 without loss. Target 149. Beaumont hitting hard into the leg side, drops just short of Verma, whose throw comes in at the non-striker's end and just misses. But Beaumont picks up the single. 13 without loss.
Another catching opportunity that for Shafali Verma. It didn't look like she's reading the ball too well at mid-on. She's got her hands on her hips. I think I know why, because she probably should have gone for the catch.
It looked that way. It's a balloon towards her.
She's just so casual though, isn't she? She's like, meh, it's not coming to me, I'm not catching it.
I really sympathise. Final ball of the over, 13 without loss. Wyatt is on 3, hitting the ball down the ground, but in the air and straight to the hands of the fielder. Wyatt looks up, turns on her heel. India have the early wicket, and it's 13 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, Danny Wyatt trying to look to go up and over mid-off, not getting hold of it, straight to the captain, Harmanpreet Kaur. She doesn't drop them. She's an excellent fielder, but no need for her to move. It's gone straight to her. Danny Wyatt, another fail for her.
Wyatt, who is only back in the England side for these T20 matches, knows how important it is with quality of player that he's waiting in the wings. You mentioned Emma Lamb as part of the Northwest Thunder side. 100 after 100 after 100 for her this season. Wyatt muttering to herself as she departs the scene. Will be oh so aware that every innings played in an England shirt you're potentially playing for your England future at the moment.
That's the beauty of where domestic cricket's at the moment. You know, you bring in professional contracts, people can train more, people can practice. And Emma Lamb, having not scored 105 years, has already scored 4 this season, and we're not even halfway through yet.
Yeah, and that's the sort of quality that's there. It's really exciting for the women's game in this country, but for those players at the top, it just adds a little bit more pressure.
And that's what we want, though. We love to see selection headaches, you know. We've got a mountain of bowlers now. We've got England have always struggled with middle order batters, opening batters. The batting lineup for England has hardly changed over the years. But now we've got people like Emma Lamb, Georgia Adams, Eve Jones, all in well, they're all just waiting for their opportunity and scoring runs at domestic level, and that's all you can ask for them to do.
Start of a new over, Shikha Pandey to bowl to Tammy Beaumont with England 13 for 1. Back of a length, played away through the offside, threads the needle. Does Tammy Beaumont, and she'll pick up 4. It's a really good shot, and England 17 for 1.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont plays that absolutely beautifully. Through backward point and cover, just giving herself a tiny bit of room, hitting the ball in front of point, and a sort of valiant effort from Harleen there, and it's gone past her just in front of the point.
Had to be absolutely perfect, that from Beaumont. She got it just right. She's on to 12. England on 17 for 1. Shikha Pandey. It's a fuller ball this time, which is either a wide. It is a wide. I was going to say there was perhaps some bat involved. There wasn't. A loose delivery with the keeper standing up. Down it goes to the boundary for 5 wides. 22 for 1.
Yeah, Shikha Pandey knows then. She's just got her line wrong in the previous over and been hit through the offside. All the cover fielders are up, all the offside fielders are up inside the ring, so she's tried to go a little bit straighter. And she's just got that one wrong. And this TV is doing my head in.
It came back on its own then.
Did it?
Yeah.
Whack-a-mole's not working there.
No. Amazing that, really. Pandey, ball to Beaumont. That's a really good shot. Cutting the ball in front of square through the offside. And this is an expensive over. Beaumont really starting to find that timing. She's on to 16, and England 26 for 1.
What a shot that was from Tammy Beaumont. In front of point again, just evades Shafali Verma, who now has been moved in the covers, but I don't think that was her fault at all. Yes, she's put the dive in, may have gone over it a little bit. TV went off. Trying to ignore it.
I hope the one we find to watch the game tonight's a bit more reliable, Alex.
I'm not watching it in here now, am I?
I know. 6 for 1. Cool. Hello, welcome back to Hove. My apologies for that brief interruption. England are 30 for 1. There could be a run-out, throw hits. I think there could be trouble here for Sciver, and she has been given out. It's a brilliant bit of work from Richa Ghosh. And Sciver, trying to steal the single, has been run out for just 1. England lose a second. It's 30 for 2.
Huge wicket that for India. You can see they're up and about, they're buzzing. They all have smiles on their faces. A strange run from England and a direct hit from the keeper, and Sciver is absolutely miles out.
Gee, what a bit of work that is. Keeper on the ground and sits there, hands aloft, waiting for the acclaim of the teammate. It's a horrible wide delivery, and actually it was the keeper's mistake.
Yeah, it was a horrible bit of keeping to start, but she's rectified herself. A brilliant throw.
And there are celebrations for India because they sense that huge wicket has really opened the door a little bit. 31 for 2.
Just in case you're wondering, Henry, that red button, don't press it.
Right.
That's the one that keeps us on air.
Is it now, Alex?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So if you lost us for just a moment, I can only apologise. There was a brief interruption in transmission as our engineer Alex over here.
The TV's staying on though, it's not gone off.
The telly's not gone off, but nobody knows what the score is if they're listening on the radio. Right, 31 for 2 is the score. Amy Jones, sorry, not Amy Jones, Heather Knight is in to bat at 4. Jones will be next. Knight, the England captain, looking to build a partnership with Tammy Beaumont. Just a little bit of pressure on England here.
There is indeed, and there's always that massive stat. You lose 3 wickets in the power play, you don't win the cricket game.
Driven. Nicely timed as far as mid-off, but there's protection and there's a real buzz from the India fielders. They know they've got an opportunity here because England at 31 for 2 are vulnerable. And yes, they bat deep, but a run out like that, it just energises the team.
It does, and when you know you're 20 or 30 short with the bat and you've not done as well as you want, you need a good start in the power play. You need to take wickets. That over from Shikha Pandey was very expensive. 3 fours are 2 singles, and then the wicket. So she was very expensive. She bowled 2 overs for 22. But she's crucially got the wicket. Yes, it was a run out. England's mistake, but it changes things. It changes the game. India know 1 more wicket in this power play, and the game is very much could be theirs.
Yeah, indeed. Radha Yadav, just 21 years old, but this is her 39th T20 international. Left arm spin. She's bowling from the C end in front of us. We have 3 more overs of power play where England have a little bit of a decision to make. Do they push on and try and get that score moving, but with the risk of losing another wicket, or do they decide let's just consolidate and not take any chances? Harleen who took an amazing catch a couple of nights ago, is fielding long on just in front of us. There's also a deep mid wicket, and Yadav with 21 on her back will be bowling to Tammy Beaumont, who's got 19 from 11. England 31 for 2, and Yadav just loses her approach, or possibly just warns Heather Knight about coming too far out of her ground at the non-striker's end. Yadav with collar turned up, bowls a short, filthy delivery, which is punished by Tammy Beaumont. You can't bowl there, and that is absolutely the treatment that delivery deserved. England moved to 35 for 2. Through the offside it goes.
You always say that as well. Deepti Sharma quite often warns the batters for coming out their crease, and then she bowls a rank long hop afterwards. Well, she's done exactly the same here. It was short, it was wide, it was outside the off stump, and all those fielders on the offside are inside the ring, so still in the power play. Not a great delivery.
No, that wasn't exactly what Yadav was looking for to start her spell. Again, stopping and starting, and then saying she wants to bowl over the wicket.
Over the wicket, Tammy.
Yadav coming in once again. Knight watches on as a sweep is attempted. Can't find a gap in the leg side as Poonam Yadav, who's an effective fielder, picks up. And the score remains at 35 for 2. We're into the 4th over. The target is 149. Yadav, who's conceded 4 runs from the first couple of balls of this over, is looking to try and break this partnership. Sending noise around the ground. Yadav comes into bowl. Oh my goodness, that is an absolutely horrific delivery. Bounced twice.
Well, it didn't. That's the beauty of it. It's why it's not a no ball, because it was on the way down for the second bounce.
And a single. Was that a single? Was that a dot ball? I think they must have gone single, surely. Let's see that again. It has bounced once, and it is about to bounce again. Oh, and Heather Knight's asking the question, saying, well, hold on a minute, did that not bounce twice?
I think it did as Tammy Beaumont hit it.
She jammed it into the ground. 35 for 2. Yadav, oh, it's another. Oh, she's lost it here entirely, I'm afraid. That is a no ball. 35 for 2. 36 for 2 and a free hit.
Oh no! Now this, after those last 2 deliveries, there's almost the question of, is that a bit yippy?
And when we hear this phrase a lot, Alex, what is?
Here we go. She's bowling at her mate. It's when the yips is when you don't really know where the ball's going. It either gets stuck in your hand and you can't physically let go of it, or you let go of it and it flies over the keeper's head. And it's awful to watch.
Sounds like a net session with me.
It's awful to watch.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Free hit then. It's another filthy delivery, which is hit in the air, down the ground. That almost bounced twice too. And Harleen Deol will pick up. This is quite tough to watch, actually, because we've got a really excellent cricketer struggling out there at the moment.
Again, another drag down. The thing is when you're like this, and you are capable, like anyone is capable of bowling over where they're not quite sure where it's going, and it does happen, and a lot of people don't understand, but you're a professional cricketer, but a moment like this and the pressure's on, you're in the power play, you have to bowl well, you get stiff as a spinner, you sort of stiffen up and you become rigid, and spin bowlers are at their best when they're fluid and they're free flowing and their action's smooth. So she's got to just take a minute here, just relax. Because as you said, it's not nice to watch at all.
No. Yadav gets the applause of the crowd, encouragement, has a moment, has a little think. 2 balls left of the over, just want to get out of it now. Knight and strikes, she comes around the wicket. That's a better looking ball. It's short, tossed up, chopped into the offside, and a single is taken. 38 for 2.
It was at this very ground the Southern Vipers got through to the final of the KSL, and Lindsay Smith had the yips and ended up bowling a 15 ball over. It was, again, not nice to watch, but it's one of those things that happen, and you've got to try and get yourself out of it.
And it's one of those things as well that, it teaches you how to deal with those moments.
It does indeed. Touch wood. I've not had it. I mean, you wouldn't know sometimes looking at my figures.
I wasn't going to say that.
No, you've got to laugh or you'll cry.
I was thinking it. Radha Yadav, it's a better looking ball, which is defended down the track. And that is the end of a rather tortuous over for the Indian left arm spinner. 4 overs gone, 38 for 2 is the score. Beaumont on 24, Knight on 1. And it's that thing in cricket, isn't it, where though a batter can get out to a horrible shot, at least the deed is done. Whereas, and they always say, well, as a bowler you get loads more opportunities, but if your over starts horribly, it's loads more opportunities you've got to get through. It's a double-edged sword, that.
Yeah, cricket's a funny game, and especially T20 cricket, and it's just one of those. I remember once playing at Emirates Old Trafford, and they have these screens round the bottom of the stand, so on the second tier, at the bottom of the second tier, and A. Hartley, none for 52 off 3 point something. I was like, nobody wants to see that, turn it off.
You didn't need that.
I was like, I didn't need to see it either.
You didn't need that sort of negativity in your life.
No, and yes, that was my doing, and I guess I bowled horrifically, but get that off the big screen.
This is meant to be my home ground. Right then, start of a new over as Reddy bowls at Cromwell Road end. Rule 1 taken by Heather Knight, running the ball down towards deep third.
I must say though, that was my first 50 of the season.
39 for 2 is the score. Was that this year?
No. I'd like to think I'm much better than that these days.
I would too.
We'll see when the 100 comes around. I'm bowling at the world's best players.
Yeah, you're playing in the first game.
I am indeed, for the Manchester Originals at the Oval against the Oval Invincibles.
Well, there's such a carrot there, isn't there? Mm-hmm. When you're playing a team called Invincible first up. Quick ball, which is hit away through the offside again, finding that gap, which can't be more than 2 metres wide between backward point and cover point. And as Radha Yadav and Harleen Deol dived, the ball squirmed between them as Beaumont again shows just such class playing the ball through the offside.
There is literally 7 yards between. We've got a point in front of point and a backward point. There's 7 yards between them. A cross-seam delivery from Reddy, just outside the off stump, and Tammy Beaumont's so good at that cut shot. She's threaded the needle once more.
Are they putting a third there? No.
They're just putting a better fielder there.
Right.
But that's not what you need to be doing. You can't set a field to your bad deliveries. That ball was outside the off stump. It was short, it was wide. Just ball better.
43 for 2. 2 balls into the 5th over. Bowl better. There we go. It's that sort of advice, Alex, they're looking for. Reddy bowled to Beaumont. Into the offside it goes, but not with quite the ferocity of the previous delivery. 1 run taken to deep cover. Beaumont on to 29. It's 44 for 2. The target for victory, 149.
England, although they've lost these 2 wickets in the power play, they look very much in control.
Yeah, they do. It's been calm since that 2nd wicket fell. There's not been a sense of panic at all. Knight has 2 from 3. It's a full ball, driven aerially slightly through the offside. Dive from Deepti Sharma is in vain. Collection from Smriti Mandhana at deep cover with England up to 45 for 2. 2 balls left to the 5th over. It's just getting a little bit cloudier here at Hove.
We don't want any rain.
No. Reddy bowling to Beaumont, swinging hard and missing. Oh, there's a mix-up throw. If it had hit, there was trouble, but it didn't.
Not again.
Richa Ghosh, almost for the 2nd time, fails to take cleanly from standing up to the stumps, and then has the opportunity of a run out.
Again, just missing that ball, and she's whipped the glove off. She's turned around, thrown the ball. Tammy Beaumont was back, but that throw not as accurate as the previous one. Forgot the word there.
There was just a moment where Knight and Beaumont were quite close to one another in the middle, almost sort of stopping and starting. 46 for 2. Reddy bowling a full ball which has been lofted in the air. Can a fielder get underneath it? Yes, there's a oh, it's a really good catch. Harmanpreet caught. And what's gone on there? What have I missed, Alex? It was a free hit.
We missed the middle ball, both of us.
Well, Tammy Beaumont's smiling. Did she know it was a free hit?
I don't think anyone knew it was a free hit, did they? Well, it was a brilliant catch from Harmanpreet. That's so hard to judge.
Over the shoulder. It was a really good take. I think Harmanpreet Kaur knew because she immediately threw the ball back in. Beating the outside edge. Next delivery flies through to the gloves of Richa Ghosh. Well taken. And that is the end of an over that has left me baffled, quite frankly, Alex. We both missed that.
And so did everybody else at the ground.
Yeah.
We weren't the only ones.
Because normally you hear free hit.
Yeah, we're too busy chatting.
We were too busy chatting. Emily Windsor's here to bring some sanity to this madness. 5 overs gone.
You sure?
47 for 2. I've given you the big build up there, Emily. Target is 149. Beaumont's got 30. Knight has got 3. Alex, you're staying here. Emily, over to you.
The question is, Emily, did you know it was a free hit?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. How bizarre.
And also, I don't think I've ever been called sane as well, so I'll take that from you, Henry. So at the same stage then, in this 5th over, India were 49 without loss. England are currently 47 for 2, so it's shaping up to be a thriller here, the depth in this England batting lineup. Will they be needed here today, Alex?
Well, a couple of quick wickets, and definitely, but that, as we say, that England batting lineup is just never ending, isn't it? The pressure is definitely on India. Although they've got 2 wickets in the power play so far, England look very comfortable with Tammy Beaumont at the crease, playing exceptionally well at the minute.
Sneh Rana into the attack. We're bowling to Tammy Beaumont, the off spinner. She bowls and she's gone to sweep. She gets that's fantastically placed. The fielder there, Verma's trying to chase after it. She does very well. She pulls it back in. Heather Knight thinks about 3, but settles for the 2. It's a fine sweep. And 2 more to Beaumont, 49 for 2.
Good work there from Shafali. Verma chasing the ball down to the short fine leg boundary, down to the fine leg boundary. Talking about sanity.
Let's restart here, Alex. Let's restart. What an innings it's been so far. We've been off air. We can't get our words out. In comes Rana to Beaumont, and that's played to mid-wicket, will be no run. Maybe a few dot balls is what we need.
That is what, just a bit of calm is what we need. But always handy when you're commentators on the radio and you can't get your words out and then you're off air. Works a treat.
Well, now you know the magic button. If we're struggling, we'll just press that again. In comes Rana to Beaumont. She swept, and they're appealing for a stumping, they're appealing for a lot here. The keeper took the bails off as she looked off balance. Are they going to review this?
The question is, has she got any bat on it?
If they're reviewing this, I'm not sure what they're reviewing for. They're not reviewing it by the looks of things.
No review. I don't think they're too confident that she's got any bat involved there. Tammy Beaumont going for the sweep shot.
Missed it.
Hit her outside the line on the back leg. Going for that sweep shot, as I said, so it wouldn't have been out. No bat involved.
Good choice then not to review it. Harleen Deol's right in front of us at long on here. She'll want to take another spectacular catch as Rana bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket. Again, will be no run. Poonam Yadav quick to the ball, 49 for 2. We've got, if Harleen Deol takes another one, we're going to have full view of it here.
We are indeed. What a specky that was the other night.
Here comes Rana. Shorter, that's pulled away by Beaumont. The fielder does well. She gets a hand to it, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Yes, it will be. Verma comes quickly to the ball. They come back for 2. Tammy Beaumont will move to 34. That was a bit of a gift. 50 up then for England. 51 for 2.
Yeah, Rana just dragging that down the leg side. Quite often trying to get out your over, you said don't drag it down. You think to yourself, don't drag it down your fielders. You've got a cow corner and a mid on. You need to bowl full and straight. She's dragged it down, Beaumont, with the sweep shot, but an excellent piece of fielding.
Beaumont's such a good player of spin. In comes Rana again, she bowls. She uses her feet this time, hits up. It's a duel. He does the fielding on the bounce this time. Just be a single to Beaumont. She moves to 35 off 27. That's 6 overs gone, so that's the end of the power play. And the score 52 for 2. So England losing the 2 wickets, the same stage. India were 49 for none, so very much in the balance here.
Very much in the balance. I think what I like as well is it's been a very even battle, hasn't it? You know, yes, England have lost those 2 wickets, but we've seen 2 quiet overs at the end of the power play for both India and England. So both teams learning from the mistakes in the first 4 overs and rectifying them with 2 overs to go.
Straight into the attack will be the leg spinner, Poonam Yadav. She could be dangerous here, but very much in the balance here. Going to be a very exciting game at Hove, certainly one to listen to. Listening to Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, alongside me on BBC Radio 5 Live. So 4 fielders now allowed outside the circle. Just trying to search for them. You've got a long on, deep mid-wicket, long off and cover. The Indian kit sort of blends into the advertising boards here.
Does indeed, doesn't it? Struggle to see as well. We've got Poonam Yadav coming on, the leg spin of Poonam Yadav. With the field, she's got a square leg up. Thought she was running into ball then. Tammy Beaumont wasn't looking.
That's the way to get her out, isn't it? Tammy in fantastic form, a fantastic player has been. One the crowd will be in to watch today. In comes Yadav. Slow delivery, and that's played out to cover. They come through for a single. That's good batting from Tammy. Sheer move to 36, 53 for 2.
This field almost suggests that Poonam Yadav's just going to bowl really full, really straight. Don't allow the England batters to sweep.
In comes a small leg spinner Yadav. She bowls flatter, that's cut, but straight to extra cover. Everything's going to be hit in front square when you bowl at that pace.
Yeah, for me here, she needs to bring her extra cover in and put a square leg out and just bowl straight. She's bowled both of these deliveries outside the off stump. That's not wicket taking, that's not threatening.
Yadav in, and that's tried to cut from Knight. She plays and misses, didn't bounce that much. 53 for 2. Down the hill. It's bowling Yadav, slight slope here at Hove. As the clouds start to come in. Yadav in again tonight. She's gone for a sweep this time, again misses. Has that turned a bit there, Alex?
It has indeed. It started outside the off stump and it turned even further outside the off stump, but I just don't understand this bowling plan from Poonam Yadav. She's a better bowler than this. You've got to be attacking the stumps in T20 cricket.
Yadav in tonight, again outside the off stump. She's cut this through a wall of fielders in that offside, but again will just be a single. Knight will move to 4. 54 for 2. Knight's just struggled to get going. She's on 4 off 9 deliveries. Same we saw the same from her in the previous game. She got 6 off 10. In comes Yadav to Beaumont. She tried to square up but then had to readjust. That's clever bowling from Yadav, and that is 54 for 2. So just the 2 runs from it.
Only the 2 runs off the over. She's bowling wide line leg spinners. Now, for me, yes, she's economy is effective and she's only gone for 2, but it's not threatening. She's not going to get a wicket with that. So are India trying to get wickets, or are they trying to slow the run rate down? Because for me, you have to get Tammy Beaumont out here. She's the in batter. She's 36 not out of 29 balls. She looks threatening. Heather Knight at the minute looks all right. She's just nudging and nurdling. But you cannot be bowling wide line leg spinners and take wickets with it.
No, and if these 2 are here at the end, exactly as you said, Alex, England have won this game, surely.
If these 2 bat for another 4 or 5 overs, England are going to win this game. You've got to try and get wickets.
So, the off-spinner Rana still be into the attack. Mid-wicket now in place. So there's just the 1 point. Could we see the reverse that we see the England players play so much? In comes Rana then to Heather Knight. She goes for that reverse shot. I called it there. 4 runs to Heather Knight. Knight moves to 8. 58 for 2.
Emily Windsor, take a bow.
Bow. That is good commentating, that.
If you say so yourself, excellent commentating. You know how well Heather Knight plays that shot. She plays it all the time. It's so frustrating as a bowler to bowl to Heather Knight when she's capable of doing all this. And a brilliant executed shot there.
In comes Rana tonight. She bowls again, this time quicker and flatter, but she beats the bowler and goes up to long on for a single. Knight moves to 9. 59 for 2. I actually think that was my favourite commentary moment.
That's it.
Predicting it. That's
it.
Of all the years I've been doing it.
And where's Henry when you need him? He's not here.
Henry's not there to listen to the glory. I think we play cricket, that's why, Alex. I think you can read the game, can't you?
You can sense it, can't you?
Play against these players. In comes Rana to Beaumont. She uses her feet, and that's played nicely there. Think about 2 here. They should get 2. Fielder's quick out there, and they come in quickly. She's got to hurry. Makes it easily, does Beaumont in the end. She moves to 38, 61 for 2.
Yeah, not cleaned up cleanly by the keeper there either. A decent throw, just straight through the hands of Ghosh. And I suppose that's the difference between keepers. The England keeper is a world-class keeper.
Rana from the C end into Tammy Beaumont. She bowls. She uses her feet and she just gets enough on that. That's good batting from Beaumont, rotating the strike. Sheer move to 39. 63 for 2. I also think the other thing that these 2 are doing really well is they're rotating the strike. We saw a period when the Indian batters get to the crease, there was a lot of dot balls. These are running well, and we saw a 2 out to the deep that we potentially didn't see India do at the end of their innings. Rana, still no points in tonight, and this time she just plays back up to long on. Picks up a single, sheer move to 10. 63 for 2, and also the important, Alex, of getting that boundary earlier in an over in T20. I don't know if you guys talk about that a lot.
We always talk about that. First couple of balls, try and get that boundary. Your run rate naturally goes up to 8s and 9s.
So we can afford to just knock the ball about. In comes Rana to Beaumont, who's gone for the reverse as well. She's got that, but not quite as much as cleanly as Knight, but comes through for a single. Sheer move to 40. 64 for 2. It's 8 overs gone.
Yeah, England look very comfortable. The target 149. They look very comfortable at the minute, do England?
Certainly do. And I think these 2 are have such experience. They know about how to chase these totals down. India need to find a way to get a breakthrough. And at the moment, they just don't look like they're going to get one anytime soon.
No, Poonam Yadav still bowling her field suggests she's still going to bowl these wide line leggies, which, yes, they're not scoring many runs off, but I'm just really questioning it. I'm just not sure what the plan is. Why? How are you going to get a wicket with that?
Especially to Tammy Beaumont, who's been cutting the ball so nicely in this game so far, albeit against the seamers, but you don't want to be giving her width here. So there's a wall of fielders. 2 points. An extra cover out on the sweeper. As Poonam bowls, Tammy cuts that over on the back foot, over the fielder at deep square. Will they come round? That's good bit of fielding. They come back for 3. Fantastic running again from England. Knight quick between the wickets there. They may check this, but I think that's just 3 runs to Tammy Beaumont. 82 needed off 71 balls.
Brilliant bit of work from Tammy Beaumont there. She knows what Poonam Yadav's bowling. She's bowling those wide line leggies. So she's given herself room. She's stepped across, exposed all of her stumps, and managed to hit the ball past square leg for 3. Good bit of fielding in the deep as well there.
Poonam Yadav, what will her response be? Into Heather Knight she bowls. That's wide outside the off stump. Play and miss from Knight. Maybe it's a plan tonight to be bowling with that width.
She's done it to both of them, and I get it if you've got to contain and you're potentially, defending a really low total.
In comes Poonam again, outside the off stump again. This time Knight can comfortably push that to the cover sweeper. She'll move to 11, 68 for 2.
But she bowls so slow, does Poonam Yadav, that you can move around in your crease. You can set yourself for a different shot, as we saw Tammy Beaumont do there. She likes to get the ball up above the eye line.
Poonam Yadav, just a small bowler into Beaumont, who's done exactly the same thing. This time she's got way more of it, and that's 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs. Fantastic batting from Tammy. Score moves to 172 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Tammy Beaumont. Again, she knows that ball's on the wide line. She's stepped across right outside her off stump, exposing all of her stumps. Poonam Yadav needs to adjust there. If she sees Tammy Beaumont going, you have to then bowl quicker in at the stumps. You have to try and do something different. We can see Smriti Mandhana running to a fellow bowler just to have a word with her and say, mate, you need to adjust.
Tammy almost squaring up to the bowlers as she plays this shot. She's 47 not out. As in comes Poonam again. She bowls this outside the off stump. Can only find point. This will be a dot ball. 72 for 2. And all that racket is Henry trying to squeeze his way back into the building.
Well, he's put his shirt on for the occasion as well.
I prefer the football shirt personally.
Looking very suave, Henry.
In comes Poonam to Beaumont. She's done the same thing, squared on. Did she get anything on this? So Beaumont coming back for 2. Knight will think about 3 here, but I think Verma does very well there coming round. Here's that runs. No, it's buys. So 2 more buys to the total, 74 for 2. England chasing down 149. And that's 9 overs gone.
Strange bowling plan that from Poonam Yadav. I just don't quite understand. You can see Smriti Mandhana chatting to her, trying to speak to her about what her plans are. You've got to bowl at the stumps. You're not going to take wickets if you're not bowling at the stumps. It's 2020 cricket. Wickets are key. These two have got a brilliant partnership. Tammy Beaumont is 47 not out after 35 balls. Heather Knight 11 off 14. You have to get one of them out. You have to try and get Tammy out. And bowling on the wide line is taking away so many options of dismissal. The only way you can get her out really is a caught behind from a mistimed cut shot.
It's not even stemmed the run flow. There was 10 runs from that over quite comfortably from England. No risks taken. So they're right on top here. India need a breakthrough and a breakthrough quickly. They're going to peg back England here. So change of bowler. Deepti Sharma coming into the attack. Good option this, Alex.
Yeah, brilliant option. India, Deepti Sharma, a very good bowler. Off spinner, capable of mixing up her pace, bowling these different deliveries.
So Deepti Sharma will be bowling from the C end here at Hove. Just 1 point. Again, 45 in place. Will we see that Heather Knight reverse? It's just one of her main shots in her armoury at the moment. In comes Sharma. This time played, but only finds Poonam at 45. Just be a dot ball.
I was going to say, come on, now Henry's back. You can't stop showing off saying you're going to call the shots again.
Well, it's still an option. I want to see Heather play it. The way she plays it. I'm still gutted Henry wasn't here to witness it. In comes Deepti, she bowls. She's gone for the reverse. She hasn't got this one as much, but come through for a comfortable single. Knight moves to 12, 75-2. So, England on top here. Knight and Beaumont just looking comfortable at the crease, knocking the ball about, finding a boundary as required. There's Deepti Sharma getting her field right for Tammy Beaumont. They're just moving square up. And you can hear a lot of Indian fans in the crowd. There's Deepti Sharma into Beaumont. That's turned into the leg side. They run the first one hard. Will there be two there? No, just single. There's 4 fielders chasing after that ball, including the keeper. Just a single. Tammy's on 48 now, 76 for 2. Tammy's played very nicely here, just placed 37 deliveries. In comes Deepti Sharma again, this time to the England captain Heather Knight, again turned into the leg side. They run the first one hard, but Verma comes round. Just be a single. Beaumont on strike on 48. Chasing 149 set by India in the first innings. Sharma into Tammy Beaumont, who bowls, and that's missed outside the leg stump, and that'll be a wide. Just checking you're with us, Alex, because you haven't said it's coming home for a few minutes.
Oh, well, you know, just letting things calm down. It's been a quiet passage of play. I'm still not over Poonam Yadav's bowling plan, to be completely honest with you.
In comes Deepti Sharma to Beaumont. She's turned that into the length side. She's dropped her bat nearly onto the stumps. That would have been interesting. And they come through for a single, and the keeper just picks up Beaumont's bat for her and will hand it back. Have you seen anything like that before?
Now, is that out if that happens? If she drops her bat onto her stumps? Surely.
Surely that's got to be out.
Yeah,
that's like hitting your own stumps, isn't it?
Yeah, very strange from Tammy Beaumont there. She just looked to play it into the leg side, crosses her hands over, the bat slips out of her hands. She runs up to the other end without a cricket bat, and something that's so simple yet so entertaining.
After all that was a single, and Tammy's on 49. It's Deepti bowls tonight, who's turned that into the onside again. They think about 2, but Poonam Yadav does well coming round. Knight will move to 14, 80 for 2 at the halfway stage.
Thank you very much, Emily. 80 for 2 at the halfway stage. We're going to have a little break. We're going to have a little shift of how we're working this second inning. So Alex is staying on in her England shirt. Football, that is, not cricket.
Yeah, I don't have one of them anymore.
You still keep your shirts, though.
I do, so I've had a bit of a disaster. So I've moved house, and I borrowed a removal van. And
were you driving it?
No, my dad drove it. Right. But we packed it up, put everything in, and it leaked. And it leaked into one bag. And the one bag it leaked into was all of my England kit.
Rainwater?
Rainwater. My kit ended up being in a puddle. So my new house, which is empty at the minute because it needs a bit of work doing to it, it's like an England shrine because it's got all past England kit and memorabilia all over the kitchen.
Or drying?
Just drying. Right. I just thought, we lay it out. Hopefully it'll dry. Hopefully we won't get any mould in it. But
well, I hope not.
You know what? Half that kit I ended up giving to Kate Cross because she was a bit short one tour when I didn't get picked. So
right, okay.
It's not the end of the world.
Radha Yadav's going to have another over. She had a really tough time of it. Seemed to really lose, well, the ability to bowl. That sounds extreme, but it got to that point. The ball was bouncing twice and it was just not happening. Her over actually only went for 7 in the end, but that doesn't quite tell the story. She's back on to bowl the Cromwell Road end, with England requiring 69 from 60. Knight has 14. Beaumont at the non-strikers end is on 49. It's 80 for 2. As Radha Yadav tosses it up. That's a good-looking ball to start things off. A dot. And this is encouraging to see for Yadav, actually, that gets into the over with a good delivery.
Yeah, it is good to see because it's painful to watch, and it's never nice to watch someone that's bowling deliveries that are bouncing twice, but she's changed ends.
Yadav tonight, tossed up, swept away. That's a lovely shot. 1 bounce and 4. Into the leg side, down on one knee. and smashing the ball away. 84 for 2.
Yeah, brilliantly played that from Heather Knight. If there's one fielder that I would not have in the ring for Heather Knight or Tammy Beaumont, it's a square leg. Both of them play the sweep shot so well. I think India really have to think about their plans here. I'd bring your extra cover up, put your square leg out, attack the stumps, try and get a wicket. But these bowling plans for India aren't quite working here.
Knight onto 18 as Yadav bowls to the England captain. One taken out to deep cover. There's fielders when Knight's on strike, a long off, long on, deep cover and deep mid wicket. As Beaumont takes strike, will we see a change to that? No, is the answer.
Which is where India need to look at things, and these batters are different. You know, you can have different fields for different batters.
Yadav round the wicket to Beaumont, pushing into the offside, looking for the single that'll bring a half century, and she gets it. Well played, Tammy Beaumont. 50 from 39 balls, and 950 in T20 cricket. And she's got that, having played a really sumptuous knock. 86 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant knock from Tammy Beaumont. We've seen in the last couple of years she's been up and down that T20 batting line-up. To see her at the top of the order and getting runs, it's good to see.
Next delivery is very wide. Knight cuts hard. There could be a boundary here. Fielder runs round, but the ball will get there first. Smriti Mandhana is quick, but it raced away.
A brilliant shot from Heather Knight. She looks over to see if Smriti Mandhana's all right, because bit of concern there, because she might have hurt her fellow teammate, but she's all right. Just a diving stop, trying to dive and stop the ball in the deep. She's winded herself a little, but Heather Knight's absolutely crunched it. And again, I'm questioning, what are India's bowling plans? What are they doing? It just doesn't make sense to me.
So you will have, just talk us through it, you've got Chris Sykes, the team analyst, who will be looking at these things, looking at high percentage scoring areas, all these things, and you'll have these team meetings to try and work out your plans. Here comes Radha Yadav. Knight on strike, again cutting into the offside. Verma picks up and it covers.
Yeah, and you go through, so India will have exactly the same. You go through a team meeting and you say, right, Heather Knight's really strong at the sweep shot, so we need a deep square leg. She's really strong through the cover, so we need a cover. And they just have the same fielding plans and bowling plans to both of these batters, which doesn't make sense to me. For me, for Heather Knight, as a spin bowler, I would have a deep square leg, a cow corner, a mid-on, and then if you want a deep cover, your mid-off comes up into the ring. Or if you have a mid-off out, your cover then comes into the ring and you have to bowl and attack the stumps. But when you're bowling at the stumps, it brings in all modes of dismissal. You know, you can get out LB, bowled, caught behind, anything and everything. But when you're not bowling at the stumps, it takes away so many dismissal options. So I just don't quite understand how India are going to get wickets with the bowling plan that they've got.
Yep. 90 for 2. That's the England score. We've had 11 overs of this run chase. The target is 149. You're right there, Alex. What's happened?
I missed my mouth with my beverage.
Ah, you've got a sparkling water there, and you're looking rather perturbed. Sneh Rana creeping into bowl from the sea end. A quick delivery, which is almost striking the pads of Beaumont, but actually clips the toe end of the bat, I think. And a run will be taken. 91 for 2.
Good job I'm not drinking squash, right? They've gone down this excellent retro England shirt.
Yeah, it would have done.
Donning.
Thank goodness for that. Sneh Rana. Of all the England shirts you could have chosen.
Well, there is a story behind it, and I'll tell you when we've got a bit of time at the end of an over, maybe.
Okay. Sneh Rana to bowl to Heather Knight, tossed up, clipped down the ground for 1. That's all England need to do at the moment because they're up with the required rate. The Duckworth-Lewis par score is 77. England are on 92, and the required rate stands at just 6.6. So they're really, at this stage, in cruise control. It's about wickets for India. Sneh Rana moves in once more. Field up inside the circle of the offside as Beaumont looks to whip round the corner. Poonam Yadav will pick up at short fine leg.
Yeah, Rana looks the most threatening of the bowlers purely because she's actually bowling the ball at the stumps. You know, yes, she might go for the occasional boundary, but wickets are key here for India. They've got to break this partnership.
Beaumont's on 51. Gives herself some space, looking for the shot down the ground, but Verma is there to pick up, running round from mid-wicket inside the circle. The fielder's in the deeper, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. As Sneh Rana moves in again. Beaumont waits. Deep in the crease, cuts the ball away, straight to the hands of the fielder, Shikha Pandey in the covers. It's been a good economical over this so far.
And over that India needed. You need to build a bit of pressure, slow the run rate, try and make Tammy Beaumont do something innovative. Innovative? Is that the right word? Who knows? Not me.
Innovative.
Yeah, that one. That's the one I was looking for.
Sneh Rana bowling to Tammy Beaumont. She's coming forward again. It's in a bit of a tangle and drops just in front of her.
Just wait there where I press that red button again.
Don't. Whatever you do, don't press the red button. I mean, that's like the oldest thing, isn't it? That is the oldest rule in the book. If you've ever watched any cartoon or any film ever.
Do they press the red button though? They do.
Yeah, nothing ever good comes of it.
No, I was hoping I'd get ejected through the roof off my seat, but no, we just went up air.
I was rather hoping you might as well. 92 for 2. England's target is 149. They've got 8 overs to get the remaining runs required. 57 of them. Required rate is over 7, so it's not by any stretch done this game, but there is certainly the feeling that India need a wicket to build some pressure.
They do indeed, which is why we're going to see Reddy come back onto bowl.
It's a good go. Which sends one of two ways. Extra pace on the ball, keeper standing up. And two batters that like to cut anything wide. There isn't that much protection, certainly not behind square on the offside, so they could yield runs for England this. Reddy. Moving into bowl. Right arm over, very full, defended by Knight, who thinks about a single, it's not there.
You need to stop asking me if I'm ready. I'm ready.
Stop it. You're in a childish mood, Alex. I knew as soon as you walked into the commentary box today.
Do you know why?
Why?
It's coming home,
Oh,
Henry.
goodness.
It's coming home. And if it doesn't come home, I still win. I've got Italy in the sweepstake.
Phew. I mean, that'll be a real solace, I'm sure, to England football fans.
The fans around the world, don't worry, Hartley's got Italy in the sweepstake. What a tweet.
Yeah. Good luck with that one. 92 for 2. Reddy running in. A little bit short, cut away, and that's what we were talking about. That space through the offside. Anything short and wide. And runs are there for the taking. Knight moves to 28. It's 96 for 2.
Yeah, both of these batters so strong on the cut shot. There's no margin for error. They do have a deep cover, but it was short, it was wide, it was outside the off stump. And Heather Knight managing just to cut that off the face of the bat, off right out of the middle, past backward point. I mean, she plays it so well, as does Tammy Beaumont. You've got to be bowling full and straight at these two.
96 for 2. England need 53 from 46. Knight defending. Andy will pick up before they can think about any opportunity for a second, so it's just a single. 97 for 2.
Now the camera just panned to the India captain Harmanpreet Kaur, who is fielding, I think, a deep mid-off, or she was earlier, and she's just shaking her head. So she's not happy with her teammates and how they're going. She's absolutely furious.
I sort of sympathise, but then if you're the captain, you've at least got a modicum of control.
You do.
It's at this moment the captaincy, where you skippers have to earn your corner.
It is indeed. We have to just round the troops.
Yeah.
Sort the plans out, say, well, that one's not working, let's go to plan B.
Good support around those for India. There's a lot of noise. They're being roared on in the field. This crowd, a large proportion of them want to see a wicket. 97 for 2. England need 52 from 45. Reddy bowling to Beaumont, who gets something on it, and it's going to fly down towards third and a 4. The ball will get there. And it just doesn't seem to be going India's way at the moment. Beaumont smiles, but knows that it wasn't, by any stretch of the imagination, her most convincing shot. And England bring up their 101 for 2.
Beaumont going for the sweep shot. Square legs inside the boundary. We've got the captain Harmanpreet Kaur actually at square leg. Little top edge. Reddy got a hand on her head. It's one of those days for India today, isn't it?
It feels that way. Beaumont managing to sweep that ball down to deep third. 101 for 2. 48 needed from 44. As Beaumont waits. Bat raised. Reddy bowling, and that's a more convincing shot. In the air, clears Poonam Yadav. There's a chase on for the fielder, who will just haul it in a yard or so inside the boundary at fine leg. It was a paddle over the shoulders from Beaumont. She'll pick up a couple. 103 for 2.
Yep, good shot that from Beaumont. Looking for the boundary. She's looking to finish this game off as quick as possible. She's got herself in, and now she's confident enough to start playing all these shots. Didn't quite get enough of it to get over short fine for 4, but she got a couple.
1 ball left of the 13th over. 46 required from 43. Reddy coming in. To bowl to Beaumont. Full toss, whipped away. That could bring a boundary. There's a lot of work to do for the fielder in the deep, who's done pretty well actually. Harleen, Deol, we know how good a fielder she is. And it's a couple of runs when it looked for all the world like it was going to be 4 more. 105 for 2. England need 44 from 42. Sometimes it just takes something a bit special like that just to change the momentum in a cricket game like this. England still require 6.3 and over, so it's not impossible for India to win from here. They've got to try and have a few quiet overs and push the run rate up and try and get it up to 7s then 8s. But England only lost those 2 wickets, which is crucial. They've got power to add too. Jones will be in next. It's Brunt as well. Eccleston. You know how far she can hit the ball. The informed Sophia Dunkley. Yeah, very much so. Don't forget about dunks. No, you're absolutely right. Deepti Sharma's going to have a ball. Now that's the 3rd outfit I've seen you in today, Henry. Yeah. Why have you put your best clobber on? It was, final stages of a game. Here comes Deepti Sharma to bowl to Heather Knight, taking the ball into the leg side for 1. And England advanced to 106 for 2. Yeah, so I started in a green t-shirt, and then you were wearing green, so I thought that clashes. So I put my football shirt. We always like to be matching. Yeah, I used to, but I decided against it. And then I had to put a shirt on to film something, because you were too busy at half-time. The next delivery hits the pad. There's the appeal from Deepti Sharma, who really likes it, and immediately turns to Harmanpreet Kaur long off and says, well, go on, Skip, let's at least have a look at this. And they are going to check upstairs. Well, why not? You've got a review, you need it, you need wickets, you might as well use it. Nobody looks convinced. But why not? Well, why not? Because a wicket could change everything, and you just never know. And Deepti Sharma immediately went up. Beaumont got quite low. I mean, if it hits the pad without the ball having hit the bat, it's certainly not going to go over. Here comes the delivery. Beaumont trying to play the reverse sweep. It's very full. I'm not sure the impact in line. I think that could be problematic. Yeah, I think that's hit her outside the line. A rule that I think should be taken away from the game of cricket. Spin bowler Alex Hartley in a shocking eagerness to see the rules change to see more wickets for spin bowlers. There's no bat involved, we can say that. And the ball when it pitches outside the leg stump. Here we go, original decision not out, pitching outside off, impact umpire's call. So that was the issue. I fancy it was probably going on to hit. Had the decision been out and it been going on to hit, then it would have remained out, as it was. Well, it's not the worst review in the world, and India keep that review, but it is not the breakthrough. And so the decision is not out. England remain at 106 for 2 with Beaumont on 59. A review they probably had to go for, didn't they? Take the punt. They need wickets. They need to get Beaumont here. Deepti Sharma again, 6 on her back. Bowling to Beaumont. One that skids on a little bit. Gets a bit of a mess defending it, but does manage to dig that ball out. 43 needed from 40. Deepti Sharma just pushing that one through a little bit quicker. Now I've spotted something. Okay, here comes Sharma again. Big appeal once more for LBW. Given! And Beaumont looking for the sweep. Hasn't got anything on it. And this time the finger goes up. Beaumont looks towards Heather Knight and says, well, you reckon this one's worth reviewing? And they will check it. But having been given out, this is now in the favour of the bowling side. It is in favour of the bowling side. The only question you would say is she's come down the wicket quite significantly, then tried to sweep the ball. But good from England. I'd also review this. Tammy Beaumont, the in batter, she's 59 off 49. Heather Knight's always in a position to check. Let's see, she came a long way down, but it's one of those, isn't it, where I suppose that looks pretty close to me. It's one of those that years ago, before DRS, would never have been given because of the distance that Beaumont has come down the pitch. But We just check now, there's no bat involved, but I'm pretty sure this is going to go on and hit the stumps. Impact will be, I'm reasonably sure, at least umpire's call, probably more. It is in line, and it is umpire's call for hitting the leg stump. It was going down more than we thought, but it is the end of Tammy Beaumont's innings. So India do have a third wicket, 106 for 3.
That was hitting by the smallest of margins. England do right reviewing that, because it's umpire's call. It was clipping it. It looked like it was going to be missing, but the breakthrough that India needed, Tammy Beaumont the batter to go. Could India have just given themselves a little sniff here?
Possibly. Some words of advice from Beaumont towards Amy Jones, who's the new bat, coming in to join Heather Knight. Had a really good innings the other night, Jones. 43 she made before being caught by one of the great catches on the boundary from Harleen Deol.
Don't. And, you know, this England middle order, they're all aggressive players. They've got firepower, but they all are capable of getting out early. You know, everyone has their weaknesses. India will know that. They'll have done their research. At least you'd like to think they have.
Yeah, from what you're saying about the bowling plans, Deepti Sharma to bowl to the right-handed Jones. It's tossed up, keeps a little bit low, skids on, and hold on a minute. Well, what's happened here at the non-strikers then? I think there's another wicket. And Heather Knight thinks she's gone as well. The ball hit Deepti Sharma, went on to hit the stumps. And we're going to have to check to see if the England captain's gone.
So Heather Knight's just asked, is that not obstruction? So there was a bit of a collision between Deepti Sharma, Heather Knight, but the ball has hit Heather, hit Deepti, and then hit the stumps.
Well, they're on the game, they appeal.
I don't think you can... I mean, she's out of her ground. That much is not in doubt. And Knight is saying, well, hold on a minute, what can I do to get back? She's lying on the ground in front of me.
This is where we see the competitiveness of Heather Knight, the England captain. She's talking to the India fielder, saying, what are you doing? Why are you appealing? She was in my way, and she was. Deepti Sharma literally lying on the floor straight in front of Heather.
Well, this is one of these interesting moments where we see Harmanpreet Kaur with her arms outstretched saying, well, hold on a minute, my bowler here fell over in trying to stop that ball. It's not my fault that you're at the non-striker's end and you failed to get out my way.
Now this is where, if you were Heather Knight as a fielding team, I don't think she'd take the wicket. I think she'd say, that's not out.
Well, match is on a knife edge, series is on a knife edge. Celebration straight after the wicket suggested India were very happy to see the dismissal. Now there is a big conference going on out there. We're seeing more replays. I would say Deepti Sharma can do nothing about this situation. It's hit her as she tries to stop the ball.
It's one of those things, isn't it? It is out. Heather Knight has to go. It's been given out.
And she is going.
It's one of those things, you know. Pretty cool. You are saying that's out. You know, you've got a series to keep alive. Yes, India can't win, but they can draw the series. Deepti Sharma can do absolutely nothing about that. The ball has been hit back at her from Amy Jones. She's tried to stop the ball. It's hit her and ricocheted onto the stumps. It's just one of those things.
It is, and it's a really interesting one because it's not a case of the bowler having moved to try and get in the non-striker's way. Deepti Sharma wasn't looking. It's more a case of you're giving the opposition's captain a reprieve, perhaps, if you're Harmanpreet Kaur, on the grounds of it being a bit unlucky.
Yeah, I mean,
aren't you?
You know, it's competitive cricket, it's international cricket. These things happen. I mean, I've never seen that before in my whole career. I've been playing for 15 years. You know, it's just one of those things. It's unfortunate, but Heather Knight was furious. You know, she was talking to the India fielders.
Deepti Sharma to bowl to Amy Jones, deep in the crease, wants one. It's probably not there, and suddenly there's real energy in the Indian fielders. And there's just that sense rolls up her sleeves. And the bowl for the Cromwell Road, end of the ground. Dunkley, the right-hander, on strike. Deol is in, hit into the ground. They want a single, and the single will be taken. Jones and Dunkley both quick, and that will help him here.
They are very quick. Dunkley almost too quick for her own good sometimes. We saw in Derby last year against the West Indies, she ran 3 or 4 of her teammates out in the death overs of a game. Came off the pitch and said, did I do the right thing? Mate, you just run 4 people out, probably not.
Jones on strike. Here comes Harleen Deol. He pulls a quick flat delivery, and wow, that's been hit a long way. Amy Jones just pops the balloon of pressure with a huge heave over backward square leg to move the equation to 36 from 34. 113 for 4.
Well, again, a drag down there. Square leg up inside the ring. It's going down the leg side. Amy Jones wallops it over square leg all the way for 6. I mean, that ball most definitely needs sanitising because it's gone a long way into the crowd.
It has. Nearly went a long way into the sea.
Other way, isn't it, the sea?
No, behind us.
Well, the ball didn't go behind us, did it?
Sort of. Don't give me that. Harleen Deol to Amy Jones, driving, crunching the ball through the offside. There's work to do for Reddy, who will pick up. Jones moving to 7 from 4, I should say. And England 114 for 4. We're midway through the 15th over. England will require 35 more runs for victory. 114 for 4. 35 from 33. Dunkley is 1 from 1. Fielders at deep cover, long off, long on. And deep mid-wicket. Oh, it's a no ball, Alex. It's a free hit.
Oh. Not what India needed at all.
No excuse as a spin bowler.
Well.
Dunkley with a free hit to enjoy. Smacks the ball through the offside. Again, it's going to be ready to run around and pick up. Jones will turn down that second run. So just the single from it, but the equation now 33 from 33. So a run a ball for England now. And this all gets a little more manageable.
It does indeed. That 6. Just bringing the run rate right down for England. Just started to get a bit twitchy, but needs 6 exactly and over.
Jones on 7 from 4. Waits for Deol and swings hard, misses, and Richa Ghosh fumbles as she looks to whip the bails off. I don't think Jones was out of her ground. It wasn't the most elegant looking shot.
Just a big swipe.
It was, wasn't it?
I could feel you there staring at me saying, say something.
And you did. Noise in the crowd. Deol bowling to Jones. Very full. Dug out as far as Deepti Sharma, who falls on her backside, stopping it. 16 for 4. 33 required from 31. Jones just does one glove, does it up again. Looks round, sees where the gaps might be. Tossed up, driven. Again, Deepti Sharma will pick up. And a good conclusion to the over. A couple of loose deliveries in there, but Harleen Deol gets a high 5 from Richa Ghosh, and 116 for 4 is the score. 33 required from 30. Alex, you're staying in position. I'm getting out of the way. Emily Winter will see us home.
Well, things are just getting exciting, aren't they? I got butterflies in my belly about the football. I want the DJ to play us coming home again.
I was going to say, you're excited about the football or the cricket there, Alex?
Both, you know what? Both. What a day. Never happened in my lifetime, England getting through to any sort of final in football. England can win this series here tonight. So what a time to be alive.
Exactly. Great day for English fans, English sports people. Sophia Dunkley with a good opportunity here to see her team home. She's at the crease. She's just on 2 so far as Deepti Sharma comes into Dunkley, who swept that into a gap on the leg side. She'd think about 2, but it'll just be a single. Mandhana comes round. And Dunkley moves to 3. 118 for 4. Yeah, I sense this is it's just building. I don't think it's going to be as easy as potentially we thought. Losing those wickets has pulled India right back, and you sort of think if India pick up one more hit, England do have the depth. Sharma in again to Jones. That's a quicker delivery, but pushed out to mid-wicket. Verma comes round, so it would just be a single. You sort of feel one more wicket, and it does really balance things.
Yeah, as a fielding unit here, and as a player, you get a sense, don't you? You think, oh, just one wicket. You're into your Brunts, your Ecclestons. Yes, they can strike the ball, but under pressure, can they do it?
In comes Sharma to Dunkley, swept again into that same area. She's hit this one slightly finer, but Mandhana, same result. Dunkley moves to 4. 1-1-9 for 4 now. So real tight finish here. 30 required from 27. Jones and Dunkley at the crease. The youth of Dunkley just starting her career. And you've got Amy Jones, experienced, the best keeper in the world, at the crease alongside Sophia Dunkley. Just changing the field, India. So there's now 2 fine legs, which I haven't seen very much before. Very fine leg. Strange. And a 45 in the ring to an off spinner. In comes Sharma. That's turned into that empty mid-wicket that fielder came from. They think about 2. Dunkley says no, there's a mix-up, and Dunkley is gone. I think it's going to be sent upstairs, but there was a mix-up. Dunkley came back for the seconds, but I think she's gone there, Alex.
Yeah, they both hesitated in the middle. They both looked at each other. Dunkley sacrificed herself in the end. It's going to be very close. A good bit of fielding. We were talking quite often that we need to be running those 2s. Smriti Mandhana with the throw. And Deepti Sharma. Yep, Sophia Dunkley, at least a foot out of her crease there. A huge moment for India in the game. The context of this game.
Yeah, that was a fantastic bit of fielding out there. And I just don't feel like they needed the 2. I don't feel like they needed to go for that at this stage. And Jones was very reluctant, but Dunkley just kept coming. She's gone for 4 off 4 deliveries, and now England 119 for 5.
And that's sometimes a small area of Sophia Dunkley's game that she can improve, because she's so fast between the wickets. She often forgets that her teammates aren't as quick as her. She's absolutely rapid. But here comes Catherine Brunt. We've seen her in the Test match play an innings where she just needs to block the ball. We know she's a firepower hitter. It's not going to make sense either. She loves to hit the ball.
She's a clean strike with the ball with Brunt. These 2 good friends now at the crease, Jones and Brunt. But Mandhana was the one with the run out there, out in the deep. We know she's quick as well across the ground. She's done very well out there on that leg side boundary. But India picked up that wicket. It's really made things interesting here. 29 required off 26, and it's all to play for. If England win this, they win the series. So, can India hold them back? As Deepti Sharma into Jones, who uses her feet and just plays it up to long on for a single. Sheer move to 10. 121 for 5.
The experience of Catherine Brunt here. She knows these 2 have to be there at the end. Take the ball, take the game as deep as you can, sorry.
Let's hear the replay again. It's played again. Pump up those Indian crowd, the Indian fans that are here. It's Deepti Sharma into Catherine Brunt. That's pushed into the offside. They come through for a quick single. There's a shy at the bowler's end, but Brunt will make it comfortably, and it will just be a single. India right up here. They're right in this, but Brunt's off the mark. 1-2-2 for 5, and every ball is just exciting here.
It is. The India fielders, they've almost changed. They've flipped. They've got a wicket. They've got a couple of wickets from the run out of Heather Knight, the run out of Sophia Dunkley. They know they can win this game here. England have got a lot of work to do. Yes, the run rate isn't out of control. It's just over 6s, but wickets are key here.
It's just starting to get a little bit overcast. There's a slightly darker cloud coming over the ground. But no run just yet. So Poonam Yadav, the leg spinner, back into the attack. Alex, you were very frustrated, weren't you, about the line she bowled in her first spell? What's she got to look to do here?
Yeah, you've got to bowl. You have to bowl at the stumps. Wickets, 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 wickets. As a leg spin bowler, attack the stumps. You've got to be able to dismiss a batter in more than one way. You can't just hope that they hit it to one of your fielders.
So Catherine Brunt to face. Again, they're trying to get their fields lined up right. There's 2 square legs now in the circle. And a big gap in front of square. A deep mid-wicket, long on. In comes Yadav, that's slow and flighted, and that's flat batted down the ground to long off. Will just be a single for Brunt. Score moves to 1, 2, 3 for 5. Just 3.5 overs remain. It's been certainly one to watch for the crowd. Same field then to Amy Jones. All fielders out in front of the bat as Yadav bowls. She's gone for a reverse sweep. She's got something on that. Verma comes round. Good diving stop to her left. So it's just a single to Jones. Sheer move to 11. 1, 2, 4 for 5. What do you make of this field, Alex?
Very interesting, isn't it? England batters are so good at the paddles and the reverse sweeps that you have to have a short fine or a short third, and they've got 2 backward points, 2 square legs to try and tempt them into that.
In comes Poonam, flighted, and she's gone for a sweep and missed it. Again outside the off stump. Not that attacking line Alex is after.
It's a dirty tactic, isn't it, this? It's a really dirty tactic. But you know what? She's bowled 2.3 overs now, none for 12. So it has worked if she wants to slow the run rate down, which is, this point of the game is what's needed. Earlier it wasn't. They needed wickets.
Poonam in again. Brunt uses her feet a lot. She got almost halfway down the pitch there and just swings it out to mid-wicket for a single. Sheer move to 3. 1, 2, 5 for 5.
Actually heard Catherine Brunt strike the ball there on the full and laugh out loud as she hit it.
It's good to see a smile back on her face though, that's for sure.
Yeah, that steam's not coming out of her ears anymore.
Again, now we've got 3 points. There's a wall of points.
What the heck is going on?
2 square legs, a wall of points, a deep extra cover, a deep long off, a deep long on, and a deep mid-wicket. This is a field I have never seen before. In comes Poonam, she bowls, and that's swept. That's straight to the square leg, and that's gone! Amy Jones has gone. She's hit that straight to one of the 2 square legs. She's gone for 11. England in a bit of trouble here. 1, 2, 5 for 6.
Well, I've been slating Poonam Yadav's plan, saying she's not going to take any wickets. The England batters only have to make mistakes, and that is exactly what Amy Jones has done there. She stepped right outside the off stump, exposing all of her stumps to sweep the ball into the leg side, but we've got a square leg in front and a square leg behind, and it's gone straight to the square leg in front. Poonam Yadav gets the wicket of Amy Jones, and now the pressure is most definitely on England.
Sneh Rana, the one that took the catch there. But that's quite a hard shot, isn't it? We saw Tammy do it well early on, but with the lack of pace on the ball, to clear those 2 fielders, that's quite a hard shot from Jones.
It is. It was an interesting tactic, but one that's worked at this stage of the game. I'm not sure it worked earlier when you needed wickets, but now they've really put the pressure on. And you have to get up and underneath the ball, and you really have to wallop it into the leg side to try and get the boundary. But it picked out the fielder there. Poonam Yadav with the breakthrough.
So the incoming batsman, Sophia Eccleston, Lancashire girl. What's she going to do here, Alex?
I always want Sophia Eccleston to do well. She's just one of those players that you look at. She's a class all-round player.
So, leg spinning. Poonam Yadav bowls to Eccleston, who's just hit that straight back to her. Yadav's right up and about here. India right in this game, so 24 needed, 18 balls. England 125 for 6.
Yeah, there's going to be an over here where England target. So they've got 3 overs left. They're going to have to target 1, but they have to take this game as deep as possible. Catherine Brunt and Sophie Eccleston, both very, very capable of clearing the boundary. Both strike the ball so well, it's just a matter of when. Deepti Sharma to bowl this. The skill of Deepti Sharma. She's bowled 3 overs, got 1 for 13.
Yeah, and Catherine Brunt here has got to use her experience, hasn't she? She's played so much for England now. She needs to be there at the end, you feel, to see England over the line. But we've got a hell of 3 overs left, 18 balls. 24 required, that's 8 and over.
The more conventional field here, which is what we like to see.
In comes Sharma to Brunt. She swept the ball. They're appealing. Let's hit her pad. Poonam comes in, nearly takes out her fielder throwing that ball in, but they come through for a leg bite. 1, 2, 6 for 6.
I actually just thought Poonam Yadav had thrown the ball as hard as she could at Shafali Verma.
that would have been a story, wouldn't it? A takeout of your own team. Indian style batter. Deepti Sharma Experienced Indian cricketer to Eccleston bowls, and Eccleston just plays that to cover. Deepti Sharma actually gets there first, diving to her left. The pressure's really building here. You can hear the crowd.
And Deepti Sharma doing that fielding, just showing, I'll tell you what, that LBW, oh no, she's hit it. Thought it was very close, but she did. She got a little tickle on the inside edge. To Catherine Brunt, the previous ball.
So Deepti Sharma in the off-spinner bowls, and Eccleston hits that nicely up to long on just for a single. Sheer move to Shivy off the mark. Score 127 for 6. India, a lot of energy in the field.
They do, they're up and about for this game. It's funny, the India fielders, they're so up and down when it comes to fielding. You could see earlier they were really flat, they wasn't sure how to go about it. A couple of quick wickets and they're up and about.
Sharma, Brunt goes to give herself room, swept. They come through for a quick single, Brunt's nowhere, needed to go the bowler's end. Could have been another run out there, but in the end, that'll be 2 wides.
Yeah, wrong end there for Poonam Yadav. She's at short, fine leg. She's gone for the keeper's end, but she should have gone for the bowler's end. Catherine Brunt was absolutely nowhere. But they get the 2 runs.
Much needed runs at this stage for England. 20 off 15 balls then. As in comes Deepti Sharma to Eccleston. She's turned that into the onside. Just on the front foot. They think about 2 hit. Eccleston sends Brunt back and says no. So just a single. Eccleston moves to 2. 130 for 6. And the clouds are just starting to get a little darker to our left. I don't want to be looking.
And England only 1 run now above the Duckworth-Lewis stern.
In comes Sharma. That's played down the ground. Up to long off. Just be a single for Brunt. Sheer move to 4. 131 for 6. And this certainly shaping up to be the game here at Hove. Deepti Sharma just getting her field right again. 2 short, fine legs, nice and tight. As Sharma into Eccleston bowl. She's hit that hard down the ground. She's dropped it. Deepti Sharma, if she took that, that would have been a spectacular catch. But that could have been the moment. But top ball to finish the over. 131 for 6. What do you think to that, Alex?
Yeah, drop catch, but crucially she saved the boundary. Sophie Eccleston absolutely walloped that. Deepti Sharma with the drop catch, but saved the boundary, as I said.
So, just a reminder, as well as radio commentary, 5 Live Sports Extra, the final game is going to be live on BBC television. Also be live from Chelmsford, BBC 2 from 6 p.m. As Poonam Yadav into the attack. Again, we'll be bowling to Catherine Brunt. As Poonam Yadav from that far end, she bowls and Brunt tries to square up again, but it's played that out to the cover sweeper for a single. 132 for 6. So they'll be live from Chelmsford at BBC 2 from 6 p.m. on Wednesday. And thumbs up from Henry.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. I'll be there.
He gave me half the information early on. In comes Poonam to Eccleston. She uses her feet. That's hit. Up to long off. There's a cry. Catch it. She doesn't come in for that one. So it's just a single for Eccleston. She moves to 3. 133 for 6. 16 needed off 10 balls. Where's your money, Alex?
Where's my money? My money? I hate to say it, but I'm going to go India.
In comes Poonam Yadav to Brunt. She bowls, and that's left alone outside the off-stump. Wide ball cord. 15 needed off 10.
I'm going to say India just because Poonam Yadav so hard to get away bowling this slow 33 miles per hour. It's actually filthy.
So tough to play though as Yadav bowls. Brunt's gone for a swipe outside there, they're appealing and she's out. Caught behind. Catherine Brunt is gone for 5 of 7 deliveries. She is furious. 134 for 7.
Again, Poonam Yadav on the wide line, slow, loopy, 35 miles per hour. Catherine Brunt trying to give herself enough room to sweep the ball into the leg side. She knows that she's cutting the ball through the offside. I got completely wrong there. And just got a little tickle on it. And I suppose that wide line plan, it does work.
I think just her pace she bowls, it's so slow, it's so hard, and then as a batter you've got to generate your own pace, and it's real tough for the batsman out there. But this is the type of bowler that you as team you have plans against, and potentially not executed as well as they like today. But the game is still on here. Brings, I think it's Maddie Villiers to the crease. It will be Maddie Villiers, and she definitely can play. She bats at 4 for the Sunrisers when she plays in their team, so she still can play. England bat deep. A lot of pressure on the young Maddie Villiers as Poonam in bowls. She's gone for a reverse and she misses. Dot ball to finish the over. Oh no, there's not. There's 1 ball left, I believe. Yes, 1, 3, 4 for 7. 15 from 8.
Maddie looking for that reverse sweep against Poonam. It's not a bad option, but she bowls with no pace on. You have to absolutely middle it to get the boundary.
And we're going back to the 3 points hit. 3 points. Deep, extra cover, long off, long on. And 2 square legs, deep mid wicket. That wall of fielders on the leg side and the offside square of the wicket. Very interesting field. In comes Poonam Yadav to Maddie Villiers, who's hit that down the ground. Has she hit that too well? Fielder comes in, 1 bounce. Maddie Villiers just comes to a single, maybe a mix-up again, thinking about running for the 2. It's all happening here at Hove. 14 for 7. Don't want to miss the ending here. 135 for 7.
Yeah, Poonam Yadav bowling slow, loopy, 30-mile-per-hour leg spinners on the wide line. India, very interesting field set, but it's working for them.
Poonam to Eccleston this time, who's missed outside the off stump. And that's a dot ball. And is that a dot ball? Yes. They were looking at the umpire. So 135 for 7, 149 needed, 1 over remains, 6 balls, 14 required.
Just try and move up everything that's blocking your view from the telly there. All my waters.
And it'll be interesting who bowls this final over. It looks like it's going to be Sneh Rana, the off spinner who's actually bowled well. That England bench looking very miserable.
Some stern faces there in the England bench. Sarah Glenn, sunglasses on her head, she's next into bat. She can strike the ball a long way.
I was about to say, when we played the Central Sparks here, the Sutton Vipers, Sarah Glenn whacked the ball out the park here a fair few times. So she does like batting here. So, Sneh Rana, last over. She will be bowling to Maddie Villiers, and that's played into the leg side. They're going to think about 2 here. I think they've got to go. No, it's just 1. And potentially could have been 2 there. Relying on the throw, but 13 needed from 5 then. Eccleston taken. She's got to do something here. They need a boundary early in this over.
They do. Eccleston's got to look to play this ball up and over extra cover. Try and find that boundary. Either that or the big heave into the leg side. We've got no mid-wicket in the ring. We've got a deep square leg, a cow corner, a long on and a long off. Just manipulating the field. I mean, I think they're putting one of the better fielders at short fine, but if they've done their research, Sophie Eccleston does not sweep the ball. She plays through the covers very strongly, so I suggest they swap their fielders back.
They're just trying to get the right fielders in the right place, as you do in the final over. Does Eccleston back herself? Hit down the hill, hit over the boundary rope. Here we go then. Pressure on Sneh Rana, she bowls. And Eccleston tries to muscle it down the ground. Villiers runs hard, and they're going back to the keeper's end, but it's just a single in the end. They're appealing, and it does go upstairs. Was that out, Alex Hartley?
I'm going to say yes, but Maddie Villiers is fuming at Sophie Eccleston, and rightly so. You've got to run 2. Don't know if Sophie Eccleston hurt herself. She's limping a little bit, but you have to run 2 at this stage of the game.
That could be out. This is touch and go. I think she's... Oh, that's one of those on the line. On the line. I don't want to be making that call.
You've made it. You said it. You said it's on the line. You say you don't want to make the call. You've said it. I think she is on the line as well.
Yeah, I think she is. So, we're here at home. It's a tight one. It's a close finish. We zoomed in. Still looks on the line to me. Oh, I don't know.
I think that's out. I do think that's out.
So,
Sue Redfern got a big call on her hands here.
This is a call I wouldn't like to be making as an umpire, that's for sure. So I'll wait to update you. 136 for 7, chasing 149. We're into the final over. This is the second ball. So we're waiting to see whether it's a single, whether it's a wicket. And the Indian players, I don't think they really know what to think. They're all still in their fielding positions. It's a tight one. So, all to play for. If England win this, they win the series. If India don't, if India win it, all to play for in that last game. So, is this in or out, Alex? Can you call it? I've watched this so many times, I don't know what to say.
I think it's out. I genuinely think it's out. I don't want to say it's out, but I do think it's out.
You hear the music, the suspense in the crowd, the suspense here, and here's the decision, it's out. Alex Harleen should be an umpire. The Indian players celebrating straight into the keeper. Deol in front of us jumping, and Villiers is shocked. She's very, very cross there. So 137 for 7, 13 needed from 5 balls.
Maddie cannot believe that, can she? Mouth wide open. But it's out, you know, the line goes to the fielders. She was on the line as the bails were taken off. A good bit of fielding. Maddie can't believe it, but in comes Sarah Glenn. She is capable of striking the ball. You've witnessed it. You've been on the receiving end of it.
Especially here at home as well. 12 needed from 4.
And it's what England need now. She can do it. Can she do it under pressure? England under so much pressure in this second T20.
Sarah Glenn. Got a lot on her shoulders here, but what she does do well is hit the ball powerfully. She's very familiar here, as we've said. Sneh Rana then, ball in hand, bowling from the C end. 12 required from 4. Again, they're changing their fielders. Got to get your fielders in the right place. I feel like she's going to try and go over this offside here. In comes Sneh Rana to Sarah Glenn, who advances, and that's here on their pad. They're appealing. They're running through for a single. It'll be a leg by. 11 needed from 3.
Now the thing is now that is going to be to England's detriment is Sarah Glenn is extremely slow between the wickets. She might as well be swimming, treading water. She's so slow. We saw it in the last ODI. She was trying to run 2 and she was run out by half the wicket. So 2s are going to be really tough for England to get here. They have to have boundaries. I mean, they need boundaries to win. They need 11 off 3 balls.
Need a boundary here, England. Rana into Eccleston. She's hit that down the ground. Drop catch. But a dot ball more importantly, and that's hurt. That has hurt a lot. She's thrown the ball down, and that's hurt. But that has done a job for her team because that was hit hard down the ground. There are 2 fielders out there, but all they have got it. So 11 needed from 2.
Her mates give it the magic rub. She's all right.
But they've got to be happy here. They've got to close this out now, India. 8 wickets, 138 for 8, and England will have been very, very disappointed if they lose this here today.
A big eye roll from Sophia.
2 sixes are needed here for England. 11 off 2 then. What's Eccleston got in the tank? All that power hitting they do at training. Can she put it into practice? Here we go, Rana bowls, and she's hit that down the ground to long on. Will just be a single, and you hear the crowd cheer, the Indian fans cheer. 10 required from 1 ball. Rana, just keep your foot behind the line.
Keep your foot behind the line. She's clearly hurt herself as well. She's in a bit of pain. She's got a job to do here. Just lob it up.
Rana into Sarah Glenn. She bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. There's a cry of catch it, but it's not going to matter. They come back. Glenn wants to. But India have won here. India have won by 9 runs. They keep the series alive. 8 runs, sorry. Series is alive. And I think England are going to be very disappointed that they haven't got over the line here.
Yeah, England will be absolutely gutted. India 20 or 30 runs short with the start they got off to. England just lost wickets at crucial times, couldn't build partnerships after that loss of Tammy Beaumont, then the run out of Heather Knight. Things just flipped from there on in, and England couldn't build partnerships, as I've just said. But as you said, the series is still alive.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you, Emily, as well. What a conclusion. That was a thriller at the end there, as India were won by 8 runs. And with it, they keep the series very much alive, with Tammy Beaumont's 59 looking like it had set England on the perfect platform. But only 2 other batters made it into double figures. Heather Knight with 30, Amy Jones with 11. And the innings just tumbled away. A wicket for Arundhati Reddy, 2 for Poonam Yadav, 1 for Deepti Sharma. And it won't take too much maths work to establish that 4 dismissals occurred because of run-outs, and that is a huge disappointment for England, who will sense this as an opportunity lost when they could have wrapped up this series. So it is still alive. The series stands at 8 points to 6, so 1 game to play, with India, if they draw it, drawing the series. England victory would see them getting the points they require to make sure that they win the series outright. So very much still all to play for as we head towards the final game at Chelmsford. And that game, I should say, is on BBC television. It'll be on BBC 2 from 6 o'clock. You'll be able to see every ball of it, as well as listening on 5 Live Sports Extra. But live cricket for you on BBC television on Wednesday evening. That's from 6 o'clock, so do make sure that you follow that. Also, the BBC sports section, the cricket section, I should say, of the BBC Sport website has all your details of all the scores and goings on around the world and around the county championship. And there is a lot of cricket taking place in the county championship today. Loads of games to keep an eye on, and Kevin Howes is at the Roses match at Headingley. Kevin, I hope you enjoy the rest of the action this evening at Headingley and whatever might be to follow. Victory here for India by 8 runs, and the series is still alive. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you. It'll be an early night after we've had our 8 overs remaining here. Lancashire 266 for 2, Wells on 31, Bohannon on 4. It's a Roses clash. 2 teams already qualified for Division 1 of the County Championship come September, but there are aggregate points to take across, and that at the moment is suiting Lancashire very nicely, because they've already picked up an extra 2, which means at this stage they've 24 points in this fixture against Yorkshire, this one and earlier in the summer, which at this stage gives them 12 points to carry forward to September. From Yorkshire's point of view, they're still sitting at the moment on taking across just half a point, although I'm sure that will change between now and Wednesday. So it's the last round of matches in the first phase, the group stage of the LV Insurance County Championship for this season. We already know which teams are going up from this group. Already mentioned Yorkshire and Lancashire. In the matches involving the other teams, got some rain around the country, by the way, but Glamorgan against Northants. Northants 128 for 4 at Glamorgan at the close. They closed early because of rain there in Cardiff. And the match, which was delayed until 12 o'clock because of COVID problems for Kent, i.e. they had to find another group of players to come in and play for them due to a COVID incident yesterday. So Kent at 36 for 1, having bowled Sussex all out for 181, which, again, bearing in mind what I've just told you about the Kent team and 5 debutants, is a very fine effort down there at Canterbury. Now let's move to the other groups. Let's go to Group 2. Somerset, Gloucestershire, Hampshire and Surrey, the top 4 teams, and of course only 2 go through to Division 1. Gloucestershire versus Hampshire, that's 2nd versus 3rd. A draw would be enough for Gloucestershire, so we heard they'd prepared, so we'd heard, a very flat pitch. However, before the rain arrived there at Cheltenham, there were 214 17 for 6. That is nicely poised at the end of the first day of that fixture there. Middlesex 255 for 2 against Leicestershire, but the top team in that group is Somerset. They're away to Surrey, 273 for 5. They need to avoid defeat there to be certain, and Surrey need everything to go their way, including, as we put it, a few snookers, but they certainly need a win, and Somerset 273 for 5 as they approach the close on the first day. Now let's move to Group 1, where any 2 of 4 teams could go through to Division 1. It's Nottinghamshire at the top, followed by Warwickshire, Durham and Essex. And if we go to the match between Worcestershire and Warwickshire 245 for 4, and that's at the close. The rain has now reached New Road, so it's moving across the country. Peter Milan 141. Dom Sibley made 80, but they've closed at 245 for 4. If we move to the game right there in the northeast, the match between Durham and Nottinghamshire, so that is third versus first. Nottinghamshire were on 137 points this morning, Durham 122, so the emphasis more on Durham to try and make something happen there. But Nottinghamshire 270 for 7, the latest score I've got there, and Rushworth has picked up 3 wickets, so too has Ben Rain, and the not-out pair are Patterson White not out on 51, Brett Hutton on 8, Mullaney scored a 39 and Clark a 48, and earlier Slater a 60, so Notts 270 for 7 in the game there. Now, Essex are defending champions. They've got so much to do because they still have a chance, but they're 4th in the group, so a lot of work, a lot of ground to catch up. They need to win their game at Derby against Derbyshire. Well, first thing they did okay, they've bowled Derbyshire all out for 146, but already they've lost a couple of wickets in reply, including Sir Alistair Cook for 30. Tom Wesley, the captain, has gone for just 1. So it's Nick Brown not out on 17, and alongside him they're trying to make things happen also for Essex, the defending champions. We find, he says, Michael Pepper, and Michael Pepper is 9 not out. So Essex are 59 for 2, trail Derbyshire by 87 runs, and that's where we go for our commentary now, down to Derby.
Clearly not, because he just basically stood there.
Yes, of course, maybe he has, maybe he's just thick, but here is Rees, left arm over, continuing, and this one played along the ground into the gully and smartly fielded by Alex Thompson. There's no run, the score remaining 59 for 2. Essex are 87 behind, Brown 17, Pepper 9.
I think that gentleman had realised that he wanted to leave, but you can't get out immediately to the left of that permanent temporary stand as we look, so you have to move across the sight screen, but not generally when the bowler's bowling from the far end.
He's now hiding his embarrassment by moving a long way out of the way as Brown gets a single, turning it wide of mid-on. Pepper just runs his bat in to make sure that he's safe, and 60 for 2 with Brown moving along to 18. Pleasant evening sunshine here at the Engw County Ground in Derby. Paul Newton with Dave Fletcher for BBC Essex Online, BBC Radio Derby Online, and welcoming 5 Live Sports Extra listeners to us here in Derby. And Derby won the toss this morning, all out for 146. The wickets pretty evenly shared by the Essex bowlers. Nobody making more than deploys 43 for Derby. We're watching Lewis Rees bowling from the city end, coming left arm round the wicket now to bowl to the right-handed Michael Pepper, who is 9 not out. With him Nick Brown, who's faced some 75 deliveries for his 18 not out, and the 2 men to go. Alistair Cook was looking pretty good, 30 of 46 deliveries, but that final delivery saw him bowled by Rees from just the second ball of his first over. Clean bowled, the ball I think moved a little bit late, deceived Cook, who made 30, and here comes Rees again in and bowls to Pepper, defends into mid-wicket, there's no run, and then Tom Wesley hit one lovely extra cover drive that was brilliantly stopped in the covers by Brooke Guest, so he didn't get any runs from that. He'd made only 1 when a couple of balls later he was caught behind off Hudson Prentice, who bowled a poor first spell, but a couple of terrific overs from Hudson Prentice in a second spell, and that was the end of Wesley for 1. So 2 good breakthroughs for Derbyshire there. Brown and Pepper trying to see the evening out here as Pepper, nice on drive, didn't go for it fully, so just gets a single down to mid-on and scored to 61 for 2. Pepper with 1 lovely cover drive early in his innings, now has 10, and there are 38 overs of this innings to be completed on the night, and at the moment this is the 27th of the 38 being bowled now.
Yes, Mike Cohen with the fielding on that occasion.
Here comes Reese in again, bowls to Brown, plays the ball into the offside. The over ends, and after a very overcast day when it was a little surprising that Derbyshire did what they did when they won the toss, we've actually got some glorious evening sunshine, and at 61 for 2, Essex are 85 runs behind Derbyshire's 146.
I did quite well with it's a hand sanitisation break at the moment. I did quite well with my bowling change predictions early on, but I'm failing dismally at the moment because Finn Hudson-Prentice has removed his cap and he's now putting his hair back up in a knot on the back of his head. So he's going to continue. It's only his 5th over of this spell, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16, his figures. That was Lewis Reese's 7th over, 1 for 11. And I've said consistently over the course of the past few weeks, Derbyshire's bowling has been far more impressive than their batting. Not that it would take much. Unfortunately, the bowlers just haven't had the weight of runs behind them. He's on his way in now to bowl to Michael Pepper, who goes onto the back foot and chops it away out towards the point boundary, forces it out there. There's a sliding stop from Leas de Ploy, and then the throw comes in from Brooke Guest as the batsmen complete 2 runs. We can restore the effects after Neil Godrich finished dismantling the boards down below us.
Yes, it sounded like vandals had broken into the ground here.
Couldn't have been noisier if he tried.
For Derbyshire, just going on about their batting, yes, Leas de Ploy, a very good 43. I thought he got a rather harsh LBW decision, but next highest scorer was Lewis Reese with only 16.
Apprentice bowls, check, and he's caught him. A check drive, that one. It was all in the air and it went straight to Brooke Guest, who's taken the simplest of catches at cover, and that is the end of Michael Pepper for 12. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets his 2nd wicket in this spell, and Essex all of a sudden are 63 for 3.
Yes, Essex would not have wanted that. Whether he found the ball plugging slightly in the pitch, I don't know, but he didn't get over, force into the covers and paid the penalty. He goes for 12. He's a very promising young player, Michael Pepper, with a lovely array of shots, but does just tend at times to get out when you feel that the opportunity is there for him to play the sort of innings he played up at Chesterless Street, first innings that he had for Essex this season when he made 92. But 63 for 3, I think it was always going to be the case that although Essex would have felt that they'd done very well to dismiss Derbyshire for 146, but enough was going on out there. There's been movement all day and a certain unpredictability in this pitch that suggested that Essex wouldn't have things all their own way when their turn came to bat, and it's certainly working out that way after a decent first innings partnership of first wicket partnership of 37, but then we've had wickets at 37, 45 and now 63, and we've still a few overs left, so Essex could yet be 4 or 5 down by the close of play, and that would leave Derbyshire very much back in the game, as Jimmy Neesham, who played his first innings for Essex at the start of the T20 competition, today is making his championship debut for Essex and has now come to the crease to join Nick Bow.
Could be quite exciting this period of play. Jimmy Neesham will play a few shots, I'm sure, if he gets the opportunity.
Yes, he got a 50 in his first T20 innings down at Taunton that won Essex that game. Hasn't really had much of an innings since.
Hudson-Prentice in to bowl to him, and he defends the first delivery back to the Derbyshire all-rounder. I definitely remember him being man of the match in one T20 match that he played for Derbyshire, because I spoke to him after it. Who they were playing, I've no idea, without looking it up. That would take too much time.
Well, that's cheating, isn't it, looking things up? And
well,
but if he ever does get going, of course, he's a big hitter.
Yes, he is. Crouching down now, waiting as Hudson-Prentice bowls. 2 minutes leaves this one outside the off stump to go through to Harvey Hussain. 2 balls left in the over, and another 10 overs after these 2 deliveries. So we're looking at 20-7 interviews. Calling at the pizza shop. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, just as well there isn't any other exciting event taking place later this evening.
63 for 3. Neesham waits and drives very pleasantly for 4 runs out to the extra cover boundary. The ball's slowing up a touch, but it's never going to be caught by Brooke Guest, and indeed he gives up the chase, and Neesham is off the mark with a boundary. 67 for 3. A little over pitch there from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's got 2 for 22 from his 8 overs and 5 balls. It's his farewell tour after it was announced at lunchtime that he would be rejoining Sussex for next season on a multi-year deal, whatever that means. As Hudson-Prentice is in and Neesham defends it out into the offside. Over comes to an end. Neesham has 4 from that boundary. Nick Brown has 18, and Essex are 67 for 3, trailing by 79 after Derbyshire were dismissed for just 146, and I'm not going to trot out my stat again.
Well, in this age of hype, I should suggest a multi-year deal means 2 years.
Yes. Yes. Well, that would have been my guess if I would have pressed on it, but yeah. Very nice montage of photographs of Finn Hudson-Prentice that Sussex put up on their Twitter feed, and David Griffin hit the roof because they're all his, and they didn't ask him.
Mikey Cohen is being reproduced from the City end, where he bowled the first 7 overs from that end at the start of the innings, and bowled pretty well as well. As left arm over, he comes in now, 3 slips, crouch, Essex, 67 for 3, and Brown, I should say, is on strike, and Brown has played this ball defensively into the offside. Brooke Guest fields in the covers. Brown, who's been there from the start, a very slow, patient 18 not out. Neesham 4 not out. 2 left-handers at the crease.
Yes, that was the 77th ball that Brown had faced.
And imperturbable, I think, would be one of the words to describe his 18. He's left probably over half the 77 deliveries, and that in itself shows you that perhaps there have been too many deliveries bowled to him that he didn't need to play at. As here comes Cohen in, bowls to Brown. Brown chips this to mid-wicket. Harry Kame, and I pronounce the name carefully because we're going to probably listen to someone of a very similar name later this evening, long after the close of play here. This is Harry, C-A-M-E, Harry Kame, who's wearing a sweater that looks at least a couple of sizes too big for him, and 67 for
generous with a couple.
Yeah, 67 for 3.
I think the other Harry Kane actually modelled the shirt initially.
Yes. So, is Cohen in, bowls to Brown, and as he moves up to 80 deliveries that he's received now, the ball's played down to mid-on. He has 18, Brown. Neesham 4. Neesham will forever be remembered as one of the batsmen who played in that vital extra over in the World Cup final. Hit a 6 as well, but England had successfully rigged the rules to make sure they would eventually win the trophy. And here is the next delivery on its way from Cohen. 3 slips in attendance. Bowls. Brown whips this ball away for a single down to long leg, and Tom Wood does the fielding. 67 for 3. Wood was the first man out this morning in Derbyshire's eventual 146 all out, having won the toss. Wood made 2, Rees 16, Kame 5, Deploy 43, Guest 13, Critchley 9, Hussain 12, Thompson 13, Hudson-Prentice 11, Cohen 9 not out, and Aitchison 0. You can see from that a lot of players got into double figures but didn't get much further before they were out.
It's a sorry old tale, isn't it?
It was, I'm afraid. As next delivery from Cohen, bowling to Neesham. Neesham plays it, and he gets a single this time, just dropping it laconically into the untenanted mid-wicket area. He moves along to 5, the score to 69 for 3. And the Essex bowling figures: Porter 14 overs 4 maidens 2 for 31, Sam Cook 16 overs 4 maidens 2 for 36, Shane Snater 14 overs no maidens 3 for 45, Jimmy Neesham 4.1 overs no maiden 2 for 15, and Simon Harmer 9 overs 3 maidens 1 for 13.
Harmer will have to wait till the second innings.
Yep.
Taking 9 in the first at Chelmsford.
Cohen bowls to Brown. Brown, well, there's an appeal here. It might have been an inside edge. We'll wait and see whether Neil Mallender... No, there was no edge to that. He signalled a leg by, but wasn't impressed by the appeal. And the score goes to 70 for 3 at the end of that over. And we have some 9 overs left to be bowled tonight. 70 for 3, 76 behind.
Rather impressively, Neil Mallender almost fell over, signalling leg by there, went too far back.
Yes, obviously needs more practice.
Yeah.
You're listening to commentary online for BBC Essex and BBC Radio Derby, and delighted to welcome our 5 Live Sports Extra listeners as well. I'm Paul Newton, and with me is Dave Fletcher.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to continue from the racecourse end here at the Encora County Ground. 9 overs remaining. Around the wicket he goes, and that one is beating the edge of Brown's bat. That hasn't been said too many times, as he played a relatively tentative defensive shot. He'll probably tell you that he played inside the line, but was very close to taking the edge, although the ball was dying by the time it reached Harvey Hussain, so whether it would have carried or not, heaven only knows.
Well, I think we can be fairly confident that if the weather doesn't intervene, this game will not be going into a 4th day.
I think you might be right. This next one from Hudson-Prentice is turned into the leg side. Fine. Harvey Hussain removes the right glove, does the fielding, and they pick up another leg bye. This time signalled by umpire James Middlebrook, who doesn't nearly fall over. 70 for 3. Or is it 71? 71 it is. That'll be the scoreboard.
Indeed, it's... You wouldn't want to bet your last shekel on it going into a 3rd day, because we're going to have...
I haven't had 2 days off yet this season, so, you know, more than happy to oblige. As Hudson-Prentice is in, that one's left alone outside the off stump by Brown. We've had a couple of games that have finished by lunch on day 3.
Yes, I think day 3 would have to be the favourite for
yeah.
this position. Obviously, there is a bit of rain in the forecast, so it might yet have a say, although they're tending to suggest a shower here or there rather than anything very terminal.
By Wednesday it's supposed to be nice again, isn't it? So we'll get a result one way or the other as Hudson-Prentice bowls and Brown defends it back to the bowler. And there's no run. Certainly the crowd has thinned out now as people head for wherever they may or may not be watching the football later on this evening. I'd just listen to 5 Live if I was if I had the choice.
Of course.
I love listening to John Murray.
Me too.
Hudson-Prentice in again, and that one is defended out into the offside. In comes Brooke Guest from the covers to do the fielding. Micah Richards laugh. 71 for 3. Although they do tend not to talk when Sweet Caroline comes on, and quite frankly, if I ever heard that song again, it'd be too soon.
And again, me too.
So spread this around the wicket. That's clipped away very nicely indeed by Neesham down to deep backward square leg. They come back for the second run as well. They get back comfortably enough. It was Mikey Cohen who did the fielding down there in the far distance. Decent throw in, end of the over. Now Cohen has to jog in because he'll be bowling the next over from the city end. 73 for 3 at the end of the over. 8 to go. Brown has 19. Neesham has 7. And as they are on 73 for 3, Essex trail by 75. So almost halfway there.
I think it is halfway, 146.
Yes, you're right. Shows you. I just looked at my computer without even thinking about doing the maths, because quite frankly it is beyond me.
Cohen to continue from the City end bowling initially to Nick Brown. 2 left-handers at the crease. Bowls now, and for that matter, left arm over bowler. And this goes out to Brooke Guest in the covers. Positive shot from Brown, but didn't get all of that. Indeed, he's struggled a little bit with his timing. And that was sort of more than anything a defensive push out there. And Guest, no difficulty in preventing a run. Lovely evening sunshine here. Generally it's clouded up a bit again, but at the moment you wouldn't know it from looking down on this lovely green turf. 73 for 3. 73 behind, and Cohen off his longish run up from the City end, bowls to Brown. Brown flips this down to long leg, Tom Wood. That will be single. Brown moves along to 20, which makes him the 3rd highest scorer on the day. 43 to deploy for Derbyshire, 30 to Alistair Cook, and now Brown becomes only the 3rd man to reach 20. And it's taken him quite a while to do it, but he's got there. 74 for 3.
Forgive me, Doug, if I don't click on the link for Sweet Caroline, the Euro 2020 England edit.
Yes. As Cohen comes in, bowls to Neesham. Late decision to leave it, shape to play it. Left it to go through to Derbyshire wicket-keeper Harvey Hussain. And the score remaining at 74 for 3. And as we've said at various points during the day, before a ball was bowled anywhere today, it was really only a sort of mathematical possibility that Essex would finish in the top 2. Technically, a set of circumstances between this game and the other 2 in the division could have led to Essex being able to get into Division 1 and try to defend their 2 titles, but I very much doubt that it's going to happen, as Cohen is in and bowls to Neesham, and Neesham has driven this through the covers. He didn't really move the feet much to that, and there was a notion of edginess about the shot, but it's going to produce 2 runs out to deep backward point, and the score to 76 for 3 and Neesham to 9.
Matt McCritchley is now practising his run-up, so I don't think it'll be long before we see the Derbyshire skipper with his leg spin, perhaps even the next over.
Yeah, he is the captain, but he's fooled us before by
several times
looking as though he was about to come on at any moment, wheeling his arms around to come on and bowl a couple of overs of leg spin, and it would seem to me decent enough choice just before the close of play.
I think so.
See if he could tempt either of these 2 batsmen into an indiscretion. But in the meantime, Mikey Cohen's up and bowls to Neesham. Neesham edgily, and that goes down just in front of slip there. Critchley bounced, I think, just in front of him, but an edgy shot from Neesham. He was looking anxiously back to see where that had gone to. Still 76 for 3 on the board.
He did well to field that, Matt Critchley, because Alex Thompson dived across in front of him. Obviously he's a little bit closer at 3rd slip, perhaps thought he had a better chance of scooping it up, but I think it bounced even in front of him. There's still a bit out there for the bowlers.
Yeah, Cohen, of course, had a similar incident with Alistair Cook, which we feel Critchley just got hands to but couldn't hold on to. Derbyshire have been unlucky that the edges have gone very low, as Cohen's in and bowls to Neesham, who leaves this one. Nicely taken by Hussain, diving to his left in front of slip. The over ends with Essex 76 for 3. Currently they are 70 behind Derbyshire's 146 all out.
And Matt Critchley is now removing his sweater, which is a fairly good indication that he's going to bowl the next over from the City end. That spell from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who he's replacing, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 15. So a good spell from Finn Hudson-Prentice, 10 overs, 2 for 24 in total. But we are going to see some wrist spin from the Derbyshire. Well, he's the stand-in skipper still. Billy Godman remains the club skipper despite the fact he's taking a bit of time away from cricket. And Matt Critchley skippering the red ball side for the first time here at the county ground. His first game in charge was at Trent Bridge, which ended in an innings defeat, one of 3 innings defeats Derbyshire have suffered this season. So the bowlers have had plenty of practice, but the batsmen could do with the practice, because They're batting twice in most matches, in all matches, and unfortunately the opposition only batting once. We've got a slip and a leg slip for Matt Critchley.
7 overs remain.
76 for 3, bowls to Brown, who defends the first delivery, which is quite full, so no chance of spotting any spin there. Pushes it back to Critchley. He'll toss himself a catch and then comes in off a very short run-up. That one is clipped into the leg side by Brown to Guest. Unless it's Guest underneath the helmet. I imagine that's not Leas Deploy either. Looks like Guest. This one, that's a very muscular looking shot as he tried to heave it into next week and managed to get a toe end on it, and it rolled up to Lewis Rees at mid-on.
On the rare occasions Brown has gone for his shots today, he hasn't timed it.
Certainly didn't time that one. That's a full toss, but he doesn't take advantage as he pushes it straight to Leas Deploy, who's in at close-ish mid-wicket. In fact, it's Matty McKiernan's on the field there at mid-wicket, so it must be Brooke Guest under the helmet. Critchley's in again, and that one, well, I'm not sure what kind of shot that was. It was one that bounced a little bit, and he sort of dabbed it down into the ground in front of Ben Aitchison, who's at slip. Critchley's in again, and this one is defended immaculately on this occasion by Brown. So Critchley begins with a maiden over, settles into a bit of a rhythm. He's going to remain capless as he stands in the slip cordon. In fact, the 12th man's not even going to come on and retrieve the helmets. They're going to put them behind Harvey Hussain, the wicket-keeper. End of the over, 76 for 3. Brown remains on 20 and Neesham on 9. You get the impression, though, if he could bowl at Jimmy Neesham, he might not be able to contain himself.
Yeah, I think Derbyshire would want Neesham to be on strike to Critchley, but it didn't happen for them on that occasion, as Cohen is going to persevere from the City end, still looking for his first wicket of the innings. And of a slightly shortened run-up comes in now and bowls to Neesham. Plays this ball, blocks it into the covers, and Brooke Guest there. No run, 76 for 3.
Guest easily identifiable now with those fielding pads on as he patrols the covers. There were plenty of oohs and ahs for that one that appeared to come up off the middle of the Jimmy Neesham bat.
Looking at scores elsewhere, Notts at 295 for 8 against Durham at Chester-le Street. Warwickshire had reached 245 for 4 against Worcestershire when rain curtailed the day's play. Peter Milan 141 not out. Here's a very not out, 141 I should say for Milan. Neesham leaves the ball here but kept low and missed the off stump by millimetres rather than inches.
Yes, he's had a couple of those, Mikey Cohen. He hasn't bowled with much luck so far in this match.
Rain also eventually brought an early finish at Cheltenham. Gloucester were 214 for 6 against Hampshire. Good to see play taking place there, and I think it's at Cheltenham, isn't it? It is at an out ground. Yeah. Of course, this game here at Derby was to have been played at Chesterfield, as Neesham plays the ball again out to Guest in the covers. There's no run, 76 for 3, but because of the extension to the COVID restrictions, this and also a game scheduled for Scarborough, which was moved to Headingley, went back to headquarters. 2 lovely grounds, Chesterfield and Scarborough. Middlesex 279 for 3 at Lords against Leicestershire. Somerset 280 for 6. They're at the top of their group. That was against Surrey at the Oval. Northants 128 for 4 when rain stopped play at Cardiff. And come back to that, but here's Cohen already coming into Bolton Neesham. Steers it into the offside, no run there. There are 5 overs left at the end of this one of the day's play. 76 for 3. Essex in reply to Derby's 146 all out. Sussex 181 all out at Canterbury. Kent with a sort of replacement side for the game. Had a remarkably good day, although they lost a couple of late wickets, 56 for 3. And Lancashire put into bat by Yorkshire, 273 for 2, and only lost the second wicket. Very close to the end. That game still continues as Cohen comes into bowl 2. Neesham. And Neesham plays this one defensively to Guest in the covers. No run. Still 76 for 3. Brown has 20. Neesham 9.
I don't know how much consternation there was at Old Trafford. There was as much there as there was here when Derbyshire won the toss and decided to bat first, and ultimately dismissed for 146. Whereas if you insert the opposition, they only lose a couple of wickets. Not ideal. Alex Thompson wheeling his arms around now, the off spinner.
In the meantime, Cohen in to bowl to Neesham. Both these batsmen left-handers, and Neesham steers this one out to Guest, who fielded 4 of the 6 deliveries in that over. In the covers, 76 for 3, maiden over. Brown 20, Neesham 9, and the men out for Essex. Cook for 30, clean bowled by Rees. Wesley caught behind of Hudson Prentice for 1, and Michael Pepper caught by Guest in the covers off Hudson Prentice for 12.
5 overs to go. Matt Critchley will bowl 3 of those, you would imagine. It's unlikely that we'll see Alex Thompson, although having said that, he's just increasing his warm-up routine now at extra cover, as Critchley is in and bowls to Nick Brown on 20 from now 92 deliveries as he defends the first ball of the over.
And still, Critchley hasn't been able to have a go at Jimmy Neesham, who might not be as patient as Brown.
Give him a single. Brown waits. He may have said, as he defends this one back to Critchley, I'll take the leg spinner because I know what you like, and you take the what's on offer at the other end. Could well be off spin next over.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad move.
Yeah. Critchley's in again. Brown gets a full delivery this time that he pushes straight back to the Derbyshire standing skipper.
It's not that there's any sort of particularly notable turn out there, and it's more of a seamer's pitch, but worth giving the spinners an over or 2 near the close of play.
Looking to add to his 21 wickets for the season. They think about a single there as it's pushed into the leg side. Hudson Prentice is in quickly though. Big cry of no from Jimmy Neesham, who's basically leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. So not massively keen to get up to face Matt Critchley.
No, I don't think Neesham believes in trading in quick singles either.
Next delivery back into his crease goes Brown, defends it towards Critchley.
Neesham's a man who loves to put bat to ball and likes to deal in boundaries, and very often does so successfully. Hasn't just found it the easiest of seasons to come in, but in fairness, you look everywhere and it's not really been a batsman's season. The weather's been pretty poor.
Certainly has. Critchley bowls, defended by Brown. The leg slip had moved to short leg, and that's the end of successive maiden overs to begin his bowling in this match for Matt Critchley. 2 overs, 2 maidens, and Essex remain on 76 for 3 with Neesham on 9, Brown on 20, and we're having one final hand sanitisation break for the day because we now have just 4 overs left. I'm just looking for clues. Mikey Cohen looks like he's going to continue. I wonder if Thompson will get the last 2 overs at the racecourse end. We'll wait and see. He's the one who's clapping his hands at the moment. Alex Thompson out there at 3rd slip. Helmet's being very carefully placed behind Harvey Hussain by Ben Aitchison.
Still, there's some albeit faint sunshine here at the Ancora County Ground in Derby, and from the city end continues to be Mikey Cohen. Comes past umpire Neil Mallender and bowls to Jimmy Neesham. Neesham covers up here. Once again, it's Brooke Guest who does the fielding, as he's been doing for most of the deliveries in this spell from Mikey Cohen. 76 for 3 leaves Essex 70 runs behind.
I think Alex Thompson was merely warming up to become the designated hand clapper.
Yeah.
Because he's done nothing but clap his hands.
Very important job.
Yeah, he's at it again, look. Give it a rest.
Cohen on his way again. Bowls to Neesham. Neesham plays it back down the pitch. Good to see that 850 spectators were allowed in today, and we haven't done an actual count. Neither Dave nor myself can quite manage that many, but it looks as if most have come and enjoyed the first day of this fixture.
And half have already gone, I would suggest.
Yes.
It's thinned out a lot.
Understandably, because we're now well past the scheduled close. Where are we? 6:25. It's going to be about 6:35 to 6:40 by the time we're done. And
it's a positively early finish at Derby.
Yes, and it is a long day for spectators. Here's the next delivery, and that goes through outside off stump, and no run there. 76 for 3. A long day, because when you think of it, a football match takes less time than the single session of cricket, and there are 3 in a day. And of course, some will be itching to get home to see whether England, for the first time since 1966, can land one of the 2 major tournaments. Neesham settles over his bat. Cohen begins his not inconsiderable approach. Bowls to the New Zealander, clips it nicely, and they're going to go for a single here as the ball's played just sufficiently wide of mid-on to facilitate the taking thereof. 77 for 3. Neesham now moves into double figures on 10. Brown has 20.
Confirmation that we're going to be speaking to Finn Hudson-Prentice at the close of play. So we'll be able to ask him about his 2 wickets and his impending move to Sussex.
Cohen takes his time, but now is on his way into ball to Nick Brown. Brown, again without timing, tries to push it out into a gap between mid-off and cover, but plays a little bit early at it, and then the inside part of the bat, and it goes back to the bowler perfectly safely, let it be said. 77 for 3, 69 behind.
Just nick out, well, certainly 1, but if they could get a couple here, not that there's been any particular sign that they're going to, get them right back in it.
They're not completely out of it as it is, but they'd love another wicket before the close, and Brown gets a single here, and that could be frustrating from a Derbyshire point of view, because that's the last ball of the over, and it means that whereas Derbyshire would have been hoping that the spinner Critchley, or if they were to bring Thompson on, could be having a dart at Neesham, who likes to have a bit of a go at spinners. Brown isn't bothered, he can bat all day, it won't worry him if he isn't scoring. He's kept the bowling with that single, he's on 21, Neesham has 10, it's 78 for 3.
21 from 99 deliveries he's faced now, 3 fours, Nick Brown. Neesham's 10 have come from 23.
And only 3 overs now remain of the day.
It will be Matt Critchley, the skipper and leg spinner, with that leg slip as well as the slip in place. He's in to bowl to Brown, and goes back into his crease and whips the ball into the leg side, but straight to Hudson-Prentice, and there's no run. More people leaving. Well, 1 person. As Critchley's in again, floats this one up a little bit more, but it's quite full once again, and similar kind of shot played into the leg side to the man at mid-wicket, Hudson-Prentice. We've got 2 of the 3 wickets to fall so far. Brown waits and turns this into the leg side, fielded by Hudson-Prentice, and there's no run. She'd let one through his legs.
Yes.
I just want to see how Jimmy Neesham reacts with 2 overs left after this one. Critchley's in again, defended immaculately by Brown.
Well, he just loves being out in the middle, Nick Brown. The last thought on his mind would be, gosh, I think I'd better get a move on here before the finish. He's now faced over 100 deliveries.
Yes. Critchley had to concede a run. That one is turned down towards fine leg for a single. So we are going to see a couple of deliveries from Critchley to Neesham. That's what we want. Both left-handed, of course. Which means it might have been worthwhile bringing the off-spinner on. Critchley, the senior spinner, the senior player. Neesham just checks with umpire Middlebrook that there are just 2 deliveries remaining, and the first one is pushed through. In fact, there was only one remaining, pushed through at quite a pace by